morning. I would like to call the Monday, October 3rd Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest.
Present.
Todd James.
Present.
Jose Alvarez.
Present.
Tamara Aggins.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez is absent. Matt Rufo.
Present.
At this time, would the board like to make a motion to adopt the minutes from the September 12th meeting?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to adopt the minutes from our September meeting. You want to just do a voice vote or is it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Next item.
Notice of disposition. As a reminder to applicants, action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by October 13th and sent via email and mail to the applicant, as well as posted on the One Stop app for other interested parties. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before the case is finalized and granted final approval. One item on today's agenda has been withdrawn. Item number 2, BZA docket 059-22 for the property at 3815 Camp Street. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for variances?
Rules and procedures for public hearings for variance requests. The following procedures shall be observed during the hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The applicant or representative will speak first. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 10 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 3 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments shall not authorize a variance from requirements of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance unless it finds, based upon the evidence presented to it, that each case has satisfied the 9 criteria listed in Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
We will begin with the unfinished business for variances. Item 1, docket 058-22 for 40 Canal Street.
BZA docket 058-22 is for a property located at 4040 Canal. The request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a mixed-use development with insufficient corner side yard setback. In accordance with Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15-2, new developments are required to provide a 10-foot corner side yard setback. As a corner lot with frontages along Canal Street and South Carrington Avenue, the applicant is seeking a variance to provide a corner yard side setback of 7 feet as opposed to the 3 feet, and requesting a waiver for 3 feet. Based on this report, the applicant is requesting a deferral to the November meeting.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 058-22? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 058-22? Anyone here in opposition? Are there any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 058-22, motions for a 30-day deferral at the request of the applicant. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to defer the matter 30 days. Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item.
Item 2, docket 059-22 has been withdrawn. Item 3, docket 061-22, 5900 Laurel Street.
Great, BCA 061-22. Oh, is it rolling? Thank you. BZA 061-22 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 22, Section 2211B1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a single-family residence with more than one curb cut. The property is currently developed with 2 parking spaces. The applicant proposes to reduce the existing curb cut along Eleanor Street from 29 feet to 12 feet and is proposing to add a 12-foot curb cut along Laurel Street, which is the subject of this request. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variance fails to meet 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variance, and that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 061-22?
Good morning, board. Zach Smith, on behalf of Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Norman C. Francis Parkway. Thanks to the staff, as always, for a very thorough and comprehensive report. Related to this request, I think you guys will see that there's an unusual circumstance here. And unusual is always a good grounds for a conversation. I've seen in my history a couple projects that will occasionally try and ask for something more. In this particular case, you guys have seen it, it's in the report. There is a non-conforming and unsafe driveway on the side street within about 1.5 blocks of a playground. And the applicants are proposing to actually shrink the net amount of curb cut. But by doing so, to eliminate this unsafe condition, to add a separate and distinct driveway in a safe location on the Laurel Street frontage. A couple points of contention from the report. There's mention that there's no special circumstances. I think a 29-foot wide driveway that is well beyond what the CZO currently allows, what the Department of Public Works currently allows, would be considered a special circumstance. Contrary to the report, there's always this point that the primary reason is such. The primary reason here, and certainly not the exclusive reason, is not for the sole enjoyment. It's to remove a non-conforming condition, which the CZO generally tries to encourage, sometimes at certain trade-offs, and to also remove this unsafe condition. Conversations with the Department of Public Works have confirmed that a 29-foot driveway in a residential area like this is deemed unsafe. They would love to see it removed. We have shown them the site plan for the new location for this driveway on Laurel, and they do believe it's far enough from the corner, and it would check all their boxes off to be a new safe location. I commend the staff in item number 3 for actually agreeing with us that they would love to see this thing shrunk. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get them over the hill on agreeing with us on condition number 3, but there was some agreement there. Overall, there are, I think, 3 cases that were shown in the history. 2 of the 3 have been approved for curb cuts in excess of 1, since 1 is required. In this particular case, I hope that the board can agree and see the special circumstances, which are to remove an unsafe condition at the expense of creating a second driveway.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 061-22?
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'm Michael Moses. I'm the homeowner. As I address you, I'm happy to be here. As of this month, I've lived in New Orleans for 71 years. I grew up on Octavia Street, just 3 blocks away from here. I want to reinforce what Mr. Smith just said. We have a non-conforming, very wide driveway that has created issues in the neighborhood. Not only are we 1 house away from the playground on Annunciation, but the local school, Lycée Française, that is just 2 blocks away, uses our street on Eleanor to walk the school kids to and from that playground. Also, I want to emphasize that rather than asking for something for our convenience, at our expense, we're going to just exchange driveways from one very large one on Eleanor Street to a small normal sized driveway on Eleanor Street and one on Laurel Street. So you'll never see both of them at the same time. There'll be no net change in curb cut, no increase nor decrease. I also want to point out that I don't think this changes the essential character of our neighborhood. On our block on Laurel Street, 7 of the 14 homes on Laurel have driveways coming off of Laurel Street. On the opposite side of Laurel Street on our block, 7 of 12 have driveways. In distinction, Eleanor Street uptown where we live is famous for having side by side Victorian Eastlake cottages that have no driveways and have no parking. There is a lot of parking pressure on Eleanor Street where we will be releasing a curb cut and restoring the curb. And there is no parking pressure on Laurel Street where we're asking for the new curb cut. Both of our neighbors on either side of our property have written letters to you in support of this and without objection.
That's the end of your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of BZA docket 061-22?
Garcia Galvez, Zach Smith Consulting and Design, 530 South Norman C. Francis Parkway. Good morning, how y'all doing? I wanted to go ahead and piggyback off what Zach Smith said and Mr. Moses said. Not only is this considered unsafe, and we're proposing something that would be considered safe, the biggest point to make here is it's not something completely out the ordinary. As Mr. Moses said, most of the driveways on Laurel are on the Laurel Street side.
So I would think it would be more than fair to give him the opportunity to have his driveway on the Laurel Street side. And as I said before, Department of Parks and Parkways did mention that this is unsafe and safety is priority, isn't it? So thank you for the staff report, and I hope y'all take our points into consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 061-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question for Mr. Smith or Mr. Moses. Could you explain to me what the hardship is for having only one driveway?
The hardship right here is, there's zero cost to do anything and keep it the status quo. There is, I think it's pretty clear. There's a kind of voluntary desire to see this unsafe condition removed. With the depth of the current parking, if they were to reduce the width of that driveway to be consistent with what's allowed, they wouldn't be able to have a true second parking, so they'd essentially be voluntarily giving up parking. So by getting rid of the non-conforming width and not sacrificing a parking space, the hardship is there's a limit on one driveway. So for them to improve the safety, but not alter widths of parking driveways overall or the actual amount of parking spaces, they have a hardship, and that only one is permitted. So it's the one. A reasonable person trying, to improve the safety is essentially, in order to improve the safety, they'd have to give up additional parking that they're already, grandfathered into. So that is the hardship.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I guess just to be clear, so the parking was added by a previous owner or the driveway? Is that right? Trying to remember what I read yesterday.
I believe so. It's an inherited condition.
And so
It's one of those driveways that's been there for a bazillion years.
So currently there's a parking, because I was looking back at Google and it's like 2011 or something that shows just one driveway going into the garage. So is the intent so one car would park in the garage and one car would park on the other side, or there'd be access to that other side? I guess what I'm wondering is why it happened in the first place. Was the garage, because there's a parking pad, I guess, behind the fence. Is that what's happening now?
Overall, I believe that's how it's been developed. Yeah, I wouldn't want to speculate too much as to why.
Well, I'm just curious if the building in the back is actually a garage. So the car will park in that garage.
For the legal space, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is that because it changed in the pictures from Google. Now it's got like windows and other things on the door to the garage. So I just want to make sure that was the garage is a garage. It's not a special storage unit.
If I can help answer those questions, the garage is just a garage, like you see, and I don't think there's really been any change at all in windows or doors in that garage, and since I've owned the house in 2003. And yes, that's a parking pad adjacent to it, which if we can restore the curb, we get rid of the parking pad. So from the view of the house on Eleanor Street, you'd see just a single normal width curb cut with a garage. The view of the house on Laurel Street, you'd see a single normal curb cut with a side driveway, and there'd be no increase nor decrease in parking spots. And the hardship would be the cost I would incur in making it safer and more aesthetic.
Yeah, I just was curious because the garage door changed in 2011. So it's a nice new door. Before
Yes,
it was a roll up door. So yeah, just checking.
Yes, just the aesthetics of the garage door. Are there any other questions that I can help with as homeowner?
Yeah. Hello. How you doing?
Good morning. So yeah, I'm referring to the same image that Randy from 2017, between 2007 and 2011, that curb cut got introduced there. As your new plan, it shows actually to reduce the curb cut, bring the landscape to that edge, like technically what you would have seen in 2007 or so.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. To restore it to just a normal width driveway curb cut we'll continue the planting that's there.
And I think your new plans, I think this one right here is what you're expecting to do. There's a piece of landscape that is right in front of the current sliding door next to the garage.
I'm confused. Can you use the cursor on the computer to point to where
Yeah.
you're talking about?
I don't think you can, but so next to the actual building garage, there's as you extend the green space to reduce that, right,
Yes.
right there, there's a piece of concrete right there that leads to the sliding door.
Yes,
Yes.
that will go away. It'll be landscaping. The current fence is flush with the front of the garage.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I just wondering, like, if you can take also that landscape and really reestablish the sidewalk and not have the pad. the
Absolutely.
property
It'll
line.
have a sidewalk. It'll have planting on the street side of the sidewalk and planting at the same width on our house side of the sidewalk. That'll be consistent. That we have, those forever roses.
And we'd love to see that as a condition in proviso.
Can I answer any other questions about this request?
Are there any other questions from board members? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I just don't see having a non-conforming grandfathered condition doesn't seem to persuade me to overturn the recommendation of staff. And so I would move to regarding docket number EZA
061.
06122. Thank you. Move to deny the request for a waiver of article number 22, section 22.11.B.1 curb cuts. Accepting the staff's recommendation that the request fails to meet. Is it all 7 or 6? 7 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Is there a second? Does the motion just die for failure? for a second? Oh, I was asking if the motion dies for failure to have a second. Okay. Is there a substitute motion? Are there any questions? I guess just a quick question for clarity. In the event that I forgot who was presenting, to make sure I'm asking the right staff member. In the event that that this request would be denied, the condition would just stay as it is. There would be no changes. So it's only changed if there's an approval.
So the applicant can still choose to reduce the size of the curb cut. It's just the addition of the new curb cut because that's not, bringing a non-compliant curb cut into compliance isn't a problem.
Is the only course of action to either second or withdraw?
I mean,
motion,
at this point, I
because
think
if-
there wasn't a second, so either withdraw the motion or if there is a substitute motion. Or if there's a second to the motion. I haven't heard anything.
Cogitating. I'm cogitating. I think my chance, I can see it both ways. So. I don't know, I guess this is a question, I don't know who this question is to, but yeah, this is one of those cases where you don't want to set a precedent, but it's.
And that was part of why I
understandable.
asked the question, because it is a situation where, but for the request to make the change, there would be no changes to the condition. So it would just stay exactly as it is. But by making a change, it puts us in this space, to your point of setting a precedent, given the history of similar requests.
But maybe I guess this is a question to Zach or the owner, like if this doesn't pass, I would assume that you just wouldn't do the work.
Coming back to that kind of hardship, it'd be pretty tough, I think, for somebody on a private property to voluntarily give up the access to that second space, as that's become, well enjoyed with that property. So that's coming back to that point of the hardship. It's somebody who's wanting to do something voluntarily to see a net benefit in a good way. And obviously it creates this hardship. I mean, it's one of the reasons I think the staff report was fantastic, because they're constrained to a lot of issues. This is the perfect opportunity for this discussion to come in front of the board. There's the safety issue, black and white, next to a playground, next to a school, where somebody's saying, let's fix the safety issue. What's the alternative? We add a driveway, which from the Laurel side, you would never know that there was some sort of craziness, because that driveway on Laurel is going to match the facades of all these other properties on Laurel. So, it being a corner lot, I think plays into it. Definitely with the school, the voluntary, improvement on the safety. those are the reasons we're doing it. I think it comes back to being a true hardship of somebody going, I want to do something good, but at what I know cost is not there. We're not talking about the cost of concrete. We're not talking about the cost of concrete of landscaping. We're talking about the cost of
Parking space.
which how violent
But and I think the hard part is when there is there's two spaces, so it's not giving up all parking. It would be giving up a parking space. And so I think that's where it's hard to say a hardship if there is still parking available. And I think that's what I can't speak for other board members, but I think that's what part of the struggle is. And by not doing, if there's nothing done, not taking away the safety concern, but the alternative is it just stays as it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky.
And I think that's where it's voluntary, but I get the safety piece. But when it is a voluntary action, that's where it's hard to make a hardship argument. Understanding the safety piece of it, but it is a.
If I may say, if we look at the CZO and we look at the standards for streets, it's very clear that nonconformity, it's not just we think it's unsafe. It's straight out of DPW standards, straight out of the national stuff. The reason why you want to get people to 12 feet or less is because you create these pedestrian spaces where people are essentially trapped in an automobile, path. Sidewalks are obviously supposed to be meant for the pedestrian, the children, adults, etc. So,
and that's why I said, because it's two actions. Absolutely agree on the safety side. That's getting rid of the one space. It's when you adding in this additional space. That's what the difference is. I don't disagree at all on the safety aspect of shrinking one, but shrinking it doesn't mean you have to add the second space. And so I think that's the part that is difficult to resolve for me. This is me speaking. I don't want to say I'm speaking for the board.
would it be okay?
May I?
Go ahead.
We're not asking for anything new. I've had a house that has had 2 parking spots, and especially in our local climate in New Orleans now with carjackings and car theft, and we've had numerous episodes of car theft right there on both Laurel and Eleanor. I'd be crazy to voluntarily give up a parking spot. So I'm willing to pay to make the necessary changes. I'll have no more parking, no less. It'll look better and it'll be much, much safer. The hardship component is that I am willing to pay for this. It's not going to cost you or the city anything. You'll have a better, safer city, and I'm not getting anything that I don't already have.
Madam Chair, a motion's in order. Nobody
Yes,
else has
proceed.
any other comments?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
Thank you. I think I understand kind of your point of view, and I accept your comments are valid as it relates to kind of giving one for the other and not getting rid of, I truly believe that it will be better for that corner to do what you're doing versus keeping the existing condition. And for that reason, and also that I don't see any opposition from your immediate neighbors, that I will move us the following. When I make the motion, regarding docket BCA 061-22, I move to approve the request of the waivers of the article 22, section 2211.b.1, article 4, section 4(6)(f), accepting the presenter's letter and comments on this board as to they are meeting the 9 criteria with the 3 subject provisos, plus making sure that the green space along this house side gets landscaped and basically blocks all access to that is sliding door.
And I'm seconding.
It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Diaz with regards to BZA docket 061-22. In terms of the 9 criteria, can you acknowledge how to satisfy the 9 criteria? And if there are any provisos?
Yeah, so I think I said it, but yeah, so 3 provisos plus an extra proviso as it relates to landscaping that site that we identified before. And I think they met the criteria by the explanation on this board as it relates to security and not changing the quality of that space as proposed.
It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waiver with the 4 indicated provisos, adopting the commentary today as satisfaction of the 9 criteria. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
We will now begin with unfinished business regarding any other matters for election of officers consideration. At this time, the board may wish to suspend the rules and table this item to the end of the meeting.
So moved. Yeah, so moved.
Couldn't tell if your mic was on.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Eggins to defer item 4 to the end of the meeting. Vote your screens.
Oh,
It should be for item 4. It's still showing item 3. We just do it, can we just do a voice vote or is it? It's still showing item 3. Is that, it should be number 4 for the election of officers? Okay, you can vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item. Thank you.
We will now begin with unfinished business for extension requests. The next item is BZA docket 053-19 for the property located at 12,000 Levy Drive. The applicant previously received modified approval of a variance request from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22.4.b of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a hotel with off-street parking above the maximum allowed. The applicant is requesting an extension of time pursuant to Article 4, Section 4.6.g.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to allow a 1-year extension.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 053-19?
They had informed us they were unable to attend today.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 053-19? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to present a motion to grant the extension of time of 1 year for BZA docket number 053-19.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by, was that Commissioner Diaz? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Alvarez. To grant the requested extension. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with new businesses for variances. The board may choose to combine items 6, 7, 8, and 9, dockets 062-22, 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22 as they are in conjunction with the same subdivision request.
Y'all sure you want to consolidate? Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Proceed.
Motion to consolidate BZA docket numbers 062-22, 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to consolidate BZA dockets 062-22, 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22 to hear them all together. Vote your machines. Motion carries. Proceed with the presentation.
Subdivision dockets 06222 through 06522 are requests for variances in conjunction with subdivision docket 2022 to permit the creation of lots with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot depth, and in one case, insufficient rear yard setback. At its June 14th, 2022 meeting, the City Planning Commission granted tentative approval to these, to subdivision docket 2022, which was a request to create 6 lots via configuration of 7 existing lots. The petition cites lots A, 8, 9, and 10 are rectangular lots that measure 100 feet in depth and between 2,400 and 3,100 feet, square feet in area. The petition cites, the proposals at hand seek to reduce their depths by between 1,191 and 1,628 square feet, and to reduce their depths commensurately. Staff surveyed 182 nearby properties that were zoned HURD2. 79 of those properties are developed with 2-family dwellings like 3 of the subject properties. 84% of those lots are deficient in lot area. However, only 18% have insufficient lot depth, and fewer still have insufficient rear yard setbacks. Despite their existing insufficiencies of lot area, the subject properties function adequately as the site of 2-family dwelling, and in one case, a single-family dwelling. However, the staff has not identified any reason to create additional dimensional deficiencies where none currently exist. Accordingly, the staff finds that BZA dockets 6222 through 6522 failed to meet 6 of the 9 criteria needed to approve variances, and thus recommends denial in that there are no special circumstances that are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. Special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience or profit of the owner.
Is the applicant present?
Morning again. Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Norman C. Francis. This is a peculiar request, and it's gone this way. We've been routing through the CPC process for the subdivision as the staff generally had some similar concerns. And one of the things that helped get this across the finish line, if you will, is the better understanding about how this request is essentially to help make the map match what has existed for a long, long time. In this particular case, you'll see, if you were to zoom in on some of this, we have fences and boundaries that have existed in a manner for decades. You're going to hear a little bit later from the property owner who's owned all of these, and just trying to get some affairs in order and essentially match what's there. And it's one of the things, granted, we know it's a completely different board with some different criteria, but the CPC was able to understand that and see the challenge. Specifically, these properties, one of the hardships that comes up is if these were separate properties, there would be certain allowances under state law that would allow these fences and these property lines to become new. There's a exception that apparently exists in that prescription, where if they're essentially owned by the same entity, you basically can't prescribe to yourself. And so there's this weird little nuance to where any other 2 property owners in the city would essentially be able to have this happen even without this board. And because of just the way in which these are owned, we essentially come to a variance request to try to make the map match what actually exists and has existed for a while. Specific to the report, I applaud the staff, as always, on their very thorough report in bringing to light that lot area requests have been given 85% plus approval by this group. Lot depth requests, I think, are over 75%. And in less than 15% of cases have rear setbacks been denied. This is something that happens again and again and again. There's actually quite a bit of seeing this around. And these requests are not, again, trying to get something new to make that. A lot of times when people come to you, they're asking for these things to be new to match something that's relatively recent. And again, 85 and 75% of the time, you guys agree with that. In this particular case, I think it's an exceptional case to see this continue, that track record continue, because of the matching of things that have existed this way for quite some time.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant?
Good morning. I'm Pat O'Brien. I'm the owner of the property in question, and this property abuts my residence. When I purchased that property, there was an existing laundry room that had totally rotted out. So I needed that space for storage, for tools, the lawnmower and whatever. And so I built what you might call a cubby hole into that to store property. And this has been in existence ever since I purchased the property. Do you have any questions for me?
Once we finish with all of the comments, we'll get back to questions.
Pardon?
Once we finish with the public comment.
Mhm.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA dockets 062-22 through 065-22?
How you doing? I really wanted to focus on the fact that Ms. Pat has been at this property for over 5 decades on 1717 Curler, which was part of the original subdivision that we applied for. And she's owned all the other properties for decades as well. And when she purchased these, what we're proposing, that's been the plan all along, but now we're moving forward with it. And I think it would be great to give it to her. She's done so much for the community. She's put up with affordable housing in that same neighborhood. And I feel like it's only fair, to return the favor for her because she's doing all this to put all her affairs in place for when she's no longer here with us. Thank you.
Could you just give your name and address for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Francia Galvez, Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Norman C. Francis Parkway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for these items? Anyone here in opposition?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Andrews, and my address is 1453 North Bourbonnais Street, New Orleans, 70116. We are in an historic district. We're senior home owners, and we've been in this area way before Ms. O'Brien even attempted to come here. There's property in this area, and we're trying to figure out what is going on with this zoning application that has come before you today, and what the effect is it going to be on our property as being in this residence for a number of years. Our parents, our grandparents, some have been in the area since 1914. So we're trying to figure out what's really going on why are we trying to be rezoned in a residential area at this time?
My name is Joseph Jocks. I live next door to this house here. We've been in the neighborhood since 1914. My father was born in the next block. I want to know what's going on. Thank you.
Could you give your address, sir? I know you said next door.
No, Derby. I'm next door.
Okay,
A little greenhouse next door to that house.
thank you.
And my name is Renette Vincent, and I live on the other side of Bankett on 1464 and 66.
What's going on?
We want to know what's going on, why they got to rezone it.
My name is Sharon Shelton and my mother here is Julia Smith, and we're at 1441 North Durbany Street. And we're wondering the same thing, exactly why does it need to be rezoned? And she has been here for 58 years.
Good morning. My name is Doris Kelly, and I live at 1723 Calvert Street. And I'm here to find out just what's happening.
Is there anyone else here in opposition to BZA dockets 062-22 through 065-22? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
As that generally wasn't a, there were specific opposition, I'd love to, myself and the staff, if necessary, have some
Exactly.
conversations.
You speak on the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Raise this up.
Would love to have some, put my old city role, I'd love to see about trying to do some education and some conversation. Wasn't aware that there were some questions about the general, what's going on. We know that obviously that's not, there's no zoning change being requested and whatnot, but always, we want to be communicative with anybody that has questions. So generally speaking, out of an abundance of respect, we would have no issue having, some sort of sidebar, potentially pausing this conversation and maybe we'll go outside in the hallway and have a little chat. I don't want to put that burden on the staff or anything at this point, and certainly don't want to delay or have somebody think that an action that this board hopefully will take is something that is going to be considered like a zoning change. So I'd love to take that upon myself to go do.
Okay, are you proposing to move to just push you at the end of the agenda, maybe before we get to decision appeals?
I'd love to just push one back. I have a feeling.
That'll be enough
I have
time.
a feeling, and if so, we'll go, if that's okay with the board.
So we will, let me not just speak. You're seeking a motion to defer to come after item 10. Okay. Is there a motion? Are there questions?
No, if a motion's in order, I think it's appropriate just to give them time, just for point of clarity, I think with generally resubs don't require MPPs, correct?
For variance cases, the only applications that do not require NPPs or neighborhood participation plans are single and two family proposals. And since each of these properties was either a single or two family, there was no NPP requirement.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure if we at least broach that topic, so it's not as if someone was left out of communication. This is not a traditional application. So with that, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to defer BZA docket number 062-22 to later in the agenda and actually move it behind item number 10.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer the consolidated items to be heard after item number 10 on the docket. Vote your screens.
So. Okay. So just before we vote on that, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to give you guys an opportunity so that Ms. Bryant's representative could actually talk to you guys. All right, so you didn't understand why I asked the question I mentioned earlier. Okay.
Okay, first,
So-
I need you all to come to the mic rather than
Yeah,
going back
because we
and forth
can't
in
do
the
it from
audience.
the audience, but I'm gonna just give a very brief statement on what we're doing right now, okay? So the reason why I asked the question of staff, was a neighborhood participation plan meeting required for the application? The statement was no, because this is applying to single and two-family homes. So yes, did they come and talk to you guys before? No, because they were not necessarily required to do so.
Well, a good neighbor would have.
Okay, so here's what I'm trying to help to move forward. At least I'm one single person up here. Providing the opportunity for Mr. Smith and his client to talk to all of you on a sidebar right now. So that's what he actually offered up, because he was even unaware, because we're just trying to make sure we follow a process and procedure, but I'm also making sure that we give him the opportunity to communicate with you guys. We don't know what's going to come out of your conversation. We're not a
That's what I
party
want to know.
to it.
What will result from that conversation?
I have no idea, because I
So
would
you send
strongly,
us
so
there to
ma'am,
get
I do have the floor.
clarification? Are we
Ma'am,
getting, what are we,
ma'am,
what are
ma'am,
we, what
just
are we
let me,
doing?
please let me finish my statement.
Sure, sure.
I'm trying to give you the opportunity to converse with them to see. You all may have a conversation and come up with something in an interim basis, and this may come back to us at a later date. Or we may still continue to hear the item and vote one way or another later within the meeting. But we want to give them the opportunity to talk to all of you collectively and have a conversation so some consensus can be made, okay? So I would ask, please take the time, talk to them. You could go to the back of chambers, you could go to the side hall. That's not our
And then do
purview.
we return here once the conversation is over?
Yes, ma'am. And I will at least ask a question, just if you all elect someone to speak on your behalf on an individual basis, you'll still have that opportunity to respond at that time. But we're just trying to help to facilitate things, move it along, and this is an option and a mechanism to do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we had a motion on the floor to move the item to be heard after BZA item number 10. It was moved and seconded. There, vote your screens. I think it was moved by Commissioner James and second by Commissioner Eggins. Vote your screens.
Ready?
Motion carries. So we'll hear this back up after the next item. Thank you. Next item.
Good morning. BCA docket 6622 is a request for a waiver of the parking requirements for Article 22, Section 22-4A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. The subject site is located at 1515 St. Ferdinand Street and is roughly bound by St. Ferdinand Street, North Claiborne, North Robertson Street, and the rail corridor. North Robertson Street terminates at the rail corridor, restricting the site's ability to accommodate additional parking. The site is currently developed with 4 warehouse structures that function as artisan manufacturing studios, as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits. The applicant seeks to add 6 additional artisan manufacturing spaces in the second floor mezzanine, necessitating 4 new off-street parking spaces for Article 22-4A. It would have been 6, but the applicant has provided 30 bicycle spots, which is a reduction of 2 spots per Article 22. This will result in the expansion of the gross floor area by 5,241 square feet. The proposed development will have no effect on the existing building footprint. This site sits along kind of a linear zoning district. It's roughly corresponds with a rail corridor there. Many of the uses in this district could be considered industrial, light industrial, or sort of post-industrial uses, such as event venues, salvage yards, and storage yards. Much of this area features warehouse-style structures that often occupy the entirety or nearly the entire lot. This often results in shortcomings in the parking requirement, depending on the use, on the land use on a site-by-site basis. Staff analysis found that 62% of nearby properties are not in compliance with the parking regulations for their land use. Because of the historic nature of this lot and that the building footprint occupies nearly the entirety of the lot and the unusual nature of the terminating street grid surrounding the rail corridor, staff has found that this application meets the 9 criteria necessary to approve this waiver and recommends approval subject to 3 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 066-22?
Yes, hi, I'm Doug Mayo, architect on the project. I reside at 600 Mall Street in New Orleans, 70119. This project has been ongoing for quite some time, and we just received the report yesterday, so we have not had the opportunity to review it with the owner in regards to the 3 provisos, one of which requires him to re-subdivide his property. 90% of the property is under 1 lot of record. There's a small piece off to a corner that's he purchased, but I don't even believe it's under the same entity. So, I'm not understanding why he needs to re-subdivide. So this creates a problem. He hasn't had the chance to even review this and consider it. There are some other things happening too, which is the owner is currently in negotiation with the city to either lease or purchase North Robertson Street, which would provide him with off-street parking because he would now control the street. And then maybe that would do away with some of these curb cut issues that have been discussed. So it'd be great to get the parking, but it seems to create other problems that I think are larger than the parking issue. So I'm not sure procedurally how to proceed, but I think the owner needs to have the opportunity to review this and make decisions on if this is in his best interest to now subdivide this other piece of property into his own property, or the property we're discussing, whether all these repairs, which are not specific, I don't even know, where we're speaking about. So I don't know the kind of scope of work that we're speaking about in making curb repairs. My knowledge aren't, I don't even know where they are, but so that needs to be reviewed and discussed, and the cost weighed for that versus controlling when he gains control of North Robertson, maybe that goes away and he doesn't have to make these repairs. So there's just a lot of questions raised by these provisos. And
So Mr. Mayo, we'll get to the questions that you posed. Let's get through the public comments to make sure there's no other public comment.
Okay.
And then we'll get back to discussing your questions. Are there any other speakers here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 066-25? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Mr. Mayo, I know you were saying that the owner hasn't had a chance to review these provisos. Would a deferral to give you time to talk with the owner, and I think you indicated that there's some other actions that are sort of in process, would that be appropriate to give you time to work through some of these questions or these issues?
so the deferral would be till what, the next meeting? Is that when we're speaking? Which would be, what would be the date of that meeting?
Staff?
It's November 7th.
November 7th. I believe that's probably appropriate,
Okay.
given the circumstance. Because they're also in negotiation with the state to lease the underpass. So that's a long, it's an unbelievably long process.
Okay,
But, maybe that'll weigh into this as well.
okay. So why don't we do a 30-day deferral, give you time to go over this with the applicant, and then we can regroup next month.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members?
Motions in order.
Yep, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 066-22, my motions for a 30-day referral at the request of the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 066-22, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to defer the matter 30 days. Vote your screens. The motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question, the consolidated item was deferred to happen now. I don't know that they are ready.
Looks like one of the applicants has just arrived.
Yeah, but that's just one person. We didn't see the larger group come in. So I think just procedurally, since we deferred it after item 10, do we need to make another motion to defer it to later in the meeting? We'll just say to later in the agenda and we'll pick it up when we deem it necessary. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's appropriate.
So Madam Chair, if I could just make a motion to suspend the rules again and for BZA docket number the consolidated docket numbers was that
062
62 through
through
65. Right, -22, and just suspend it and to move it to later in agenda and we'll deem it necessary when to bring it back up.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer the consolidated items to come up at a later point in the agenda. Vote your screens.
It's still the item 10 though. Is that okay?
Oh. So we know that this is the consolidated items 6 through 9, not number 10. It should be 062. Okay. Thank you. So you can go ahead and vote, guys. It's on the consolidated. It's just like that. The motion carries. Next item.
BZA docket 6722 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.e of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a swimming pool and a corner side yard with insufficient distance from a lot line. So the applicant is requesting to construct the swimming pool in a corner side yard instead of the allowed rear or interior side yard. In addition, the pool's proposed setback will be 1 foot 5/8" instead of the required 2 feet, which requires an additional waiver. So staff recommends a modified approval, which includes an approval and a denial. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variances of Article 21, Section 21.6.e.2, swimming pool setback, fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria. And that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The variance will confer special privileges upon the applicant. Strict adherence to the zoning code would not result in a hardship, and a change is for the convenience and profit of the owner. However, based on this report, the staff believes that the variance of Article 21, section 21.6.E.1 swimming pool's yard does meet all 9 criteria of the standards for variances. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this variance, subject to 4 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 067-22?
Good morning. My name is Margaret Glass. Address is 201 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Dr. Glenn Kelly, who lives in the residential home at 1144 Street. We've reviewed Valerie's report and we are in agreement with it. We've already revised the site plan to allow for the 2-foot setback. So we're just asking the board to follow the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 067-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Motion's in order.
Yep, proceed.
All right, regarding docket number BZA 067-22, I move to approve the request for a waiver of article number Article 21, section 21.6 EE.1 swimming pools yard.
Point 3.
Point 3.
Oh, it is point. Well, in one place it says 0.1, one place it says 0.3.
Okay. We're talking about the yard here.
Yep.
Um,
I'm looking at the agenda. The agenda has the numbers wrong.
yeah, finding that it meets 9 of the 9 criteria. And as part of that, also denying variance for Article 21, Section 21.6 EE.2 swimming pool setback. I mean that it fails to meet the 9 criteria. But the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. With regard to BZA docket 067-22, it's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner James, for modified approval, granting the requested waiver for Article 21, Section 21.6.EE.1 for swimming pools yards, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 4 provisos, and denying the requested waiver for Article 21, Section 21.6.EE.2 swimming pools setback, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met for that requested waiver. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 06822 for a property located at 2312, 2314 Mardi Gras Boulevard. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A, and Article 11, Section 11.3.A.2.III, of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with excessive front yard setback and front yard build-to line. Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A requires a minimum front yard setback of 20 feet per dwelling unit in an HURD1 zoning district. Article 11, Section 11.3.2.III requires a minimum front yard build-to line of 20 feet as well. The applicant is requesting a waiver of 12 feet, 4.75 inches along the Mardi Gras Boulevard corridor for a total front yard setback of 32 feet, 4.75 inches. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance, the requested waiver, subject to 4 provisos. One being that the improvement is reoriented so that the waiver applies to the Mardi Gras side and not to the Farragut side of the property. Also, the final page of the staff report and the final 2 provisos are on page 20.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 068-22?
Hi, good morning. My name is Kenneth Jackson, 2809 Wabash Street.
Did you have anything that you wish to add?
I do agree with I appreciate the report that was put forward for the variance. However, I do disagree with the proviso to face the house towards Farragut Street. I am the owner of the 2318 and 20 Mardi Gras Boulevard that I've already pulled the permit for. I am also the owner of 2322 and 24 Mardi Gras Boulevard. And I am moving to have this particular address face Mardi Gras Boulevard as well, just for the aesthetics and the streetscape of Mardi Gras Boulevard as well. I do understand that the position that the lots are in has us making a decision on which is best to do aesthetically for streetscape possibilities. But I moved to have it facing Mardi Gras Boulevard, and just the general historic nature of Mardi Gras Boulevard. I don't see putting a backyard facing something that is the fabric of our great city, where people pass down and go to historic address point to put a backyard facing such an historic place. So I moved to keep 2312 and 14 facing Mardi Gras Boulevard.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 068-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Question of staff. I know the applicant made reference to the orientation on the property. If I'm understanding this correctly from the map, the portion that he's asking to face Mardi Gras Boulevard, does that not abut a servitude?
I think I may have to defer to Emily on that one.
Let me take a quick look at the survey.
Yeah, well, the survey that's shown doesn't really expand further out, but if you look at just from the GIS-based information, it appears to have some form of a servitude that separates the properties adjacent to it. So I think while I understand what your intent is, that your intent of how to orient the property, I think the concern is more about, in that case, are you basically having the front of the house face something else that you don't necessarily have control of? Because if it's a utility servitude, you may not necessarily have the ability to protect how that facade addresses Mardi Gras Boulevard proper. It's just based off what I'm seeing, I think 2079, 2107, 2025, and 2027, the rear of those properties do address the servitude.
It's unclear from the documentation I'm looking at, but if the board feels strongly, they can strike that proviso. You all can strike that proviso.
I think based on Commissioner James' question, if there's no, trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. I'm concerned about just striking it, not knowing if there is a condition that would prevent the applicant from doing what he's seeking. Is there a way to add in any language into the proviso? Similar to how we handle the street trees that, it's done in consultation, so that if
Yeah.
there's a way to address what the applicant is seeking, then this particular proviso does not need to be met. I don't know if you heard, Emily, I was just asking if there was a way to include language into this proviso rather than outright striking it, similar to what we do with trees, that if there's a way that what the applicant is seeking can be accomplished without there being an issue related to any type of servitude, then the proviso could be stricken.
That would be sufficient.
Does that solve your concern, Mr. Jackson? I think what we were discussing is just if there is any type of servitude, it may prevent your ability to be able to situate the property the way that you're seeking. But assuming that that's not an issue, we would put in language into the proviso that it could be stricken if there's the ability for you to situate the property the way that you're seeking. But if there is any type of servitude, then the proviso would remain.
Absolutely, I'd appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, just to be clear, Todd, you were seeing that on GIS. It's not on their survey, so.
Correct, right. So, but if you look at what's shown in the survey, it doesn't extend forward to show anything else from it. But if you look at the GIS-based information, there's clearly a separation of a servitude between what would be 2046 Casa Calvo and this property. So I'm trying to at least acknowledge what staff is referencing in a report, but also find what is that medium ground, because I do appreciate what he's talking about. I mean, it's apparently already been addressed to Mardi Gras Boulevard, which would make you assume that it goes through to the right of way. But again, the survey nor the GIS information really gives clarity to what is the condition on that side of the property. You already have control of this site, so title work has been done, everything else?
Yeah, absolutely, that's correct. I've already received financing to construct both properties.
Okay, all right, so that means title search, everything's been done, all right? All right. The reason why I'm saying that is I'm sure it may come up in the abstract. It's not really easy to see from what's within the survey document, so just trying to put belt and suspenders so you can move on.
Understand.
All right, Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
All right, Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 068-22, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation, noting for the requested waiver of Article 11, Section 11(3)(a)(1), Table 11(2)(a) for front yard setback, and Article 11, Section 11.3(a)(2)(3) for front yard build-to line requirements, and move for approval with the four noted provisos. Understand the 9 criteria have been met, but with the modification on the fourth proviso to just get for the applicant to see clarity to confirm that the front yard condition that the front can address Mardi Gras Boulevard if it is deemed that a servitude is not the impediment.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 068-22, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, subject to 4 provisos, with the 4th proviso being modified as indicated by Commissioner James. Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 06922 for a property located at 1548 North Roman Street. This is a variance request for Article 11, Section 11-3A1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to a single-family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback and insufficient permeable open space. Article 11, Section 11-3A1 requires a minimum rear yard setback of 9.8 feet per single-family dwellings in the HU RD2 district. The applicant is requesting a waiver for 6 feet, 6.8 inches. The required permeable open space is 257 square feet. The applicant is providing 145 square feet of permeable open space and is seeking a waiver for 112 square feet of permeable open space. The petition site is located in an HU RD2 district in the Esplanade Ridge neighborhood with frontage on North Roman Street, bounded by Lapierhouse Street, North Durbany Street, and La Harpe Street. Rectangular in shape, interior lot B2 constitutes a site that measures 26.1.4 feet in width, 49 feet in depth, and 1,280 square feet in area. The applicant is proposing to renovate the existing single-family dwelling and construct an addition. The building would be 2 stories, 46.3 feet in depth, 20 feet in width, for a total of approximately 1,248 square feet in total gross floor area. The staff was able to conduct a 4 square area survey used for analysis to gather data and compare the current characteristics of 100 sites near the subject site. The lot is under the average size of 100 properties surveyed in the immediate area, being in the lowest 24 percentile in depth and lowest 25 percentile in width in comparison of all properties in the immediate vicinity. 67% of surrounding properties are at or above 30 feet in width, and 75% of properties are at or above 90 feet in depth. The subject site is in the lowest 24% of property size in the area. 24 properties are also below the average lot size, and only one of those properties is compliant with rear yard setback regulations. The special condition of the lot's unusually small size justifies the variances of both rear yard setback and permeable open space. The lot is well below the district's minimum lot size requirements, which constrains the ability to expand the structure in a way that is normal for the neighborhood context, while also meeting rear yard setback and permeable open space requirements. The staff believes that the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances, subject to 4 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 069-22?
Morning, Board. James Dixon, I'm from Nordiller Investments. I'm the owner of the property. I just request that you accept the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 069-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 069-22, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation. For further request waiver of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A for rear yard, and Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A for permeable open space, and move for approval with the footnoted provisos, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 069-22, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 4 provisos. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
Madam Chair, if I think if we could suspend the rules and hear the earlier the consolidated docket item at this time.
Yeah.
Do we need to take a motion for that or just proceed?
You can motion to put it back on.
Okay, yeah, so Madam Chair, present a motion to suspend the rules and hear BZA docket 062 through 065-22.
Out of order.
Out of order.
Been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to hear consolidated BZA dockets 062 -22 through 065-22 out of order. Vote your screens.
Before Zach comes up here, I do have a question, procedural. We combine these.
The
all.
motion carries. Sorry.
Sorry, sorry about that, jumping in it. I know we combined them all.
Mhm.
Does that mean we've take action on them all together or, okay, yeah? Because now looking at it more closely, I am following Todd's concern about the house on the left versus the three on the right. So I'm wondering if we should, can we revise that and
Pull one
separate,
out of
pull
consolidation.
one out of the consolidation?
Mhm.
Did we already, did everybody vote on the last one?
Well, right now we're hearing them out of order, so you can go ahead and make a
So
motion.
yeah, if anything, or maybe let's at least hear it. Well, we can't straw poll, so never mind.
No, let's just, I mean, if we
Yeah.
need to just go ahead and pull,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
let's just address that now.
Did everybody- 62. Did everybody vote on this one? It's still on. the-
Yeah, somebody, Matt's not at his
On the hot seat, yeah. But, So I'm gonna make a motion, not sure how to phrase this, but I'd like to hear docket. God, I don't know.
Is it the first one,
Sorry, the first-
062?
Yeah, I think it's the first one, the one that's on the left.
Okay.
Separate 0622 from the
Consolidate.
consolidation and then consolidate 63 through
65.
65.
We just getting all kind of Easter eggs today, man. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James to separate BZA docket 062-22 and hear separately from the consolidated items, BZA docket 063 through 065-22. Vote your machine. The motion carries. So we'll proceed first with BZA docket 062-22.
And I think just from a housekeeping standpoint, I know that Mr. Smith was doing the rebuttal and just asked to sidebar
Right.
with the neighbors.
Right.
So.
So we've already heard the
Public comment.
correct.
All right, so maybe what I would ask, if it's point of order, just to ask Mr. Smith, if you don't mind presenting just what just came as a result of the conversation, and I will confirm this with the property owners as well.
Thank you for that, and for the taking us out of order. I definitely wanted to give a little summary of the back and I, again, the whole kind of train tracks here have been a little wonky, but if there's any more clarification, I know, we even explained this in the back, that technically there'd be no more opposition allowed to speak. In the event that you guys feel it's important, we certainly won't object to it.
No, I'm already putting that out there. I'm gonna ask a question of them anyway.
Yeah, 100%. To generally summarize, we went back there with my staff, some city staff, and the neighbors that have appeared, as well as Ms. O'Brien. I think some results from that conversation were that it's very clear now to all parties that there's no zoning change being requested. There never was a zoning change being requested. It was expressed by the staff that, subdivision requests and moving around of property lines are actually pretty common. They regularly occur at a lot of meetings. Regardless of, I think it would be fair to say that there's still a unanimous opposition to this request. I think it would also be fair to say that there's not a specific land use-esque argument in opposition, but there is still a fundamental opposition. I think it would be fair to say that there was a disapproval, that there was no sort of NPP or voluntary meeting offered up by myself or Ms. Pat to the neighbors. You know, they felt that it would have been a more neighborly thing to do. They also, you know, in a short while in the back, it seems like there may be some other issues that have been bubbling for a while that have come into play in this room. Not that it's the first time that any of you have ever seen that take place. But I think it would be very safe to say that, again, the group that came up in opposition still remains in opposition. And I think it's very clear that they do not want to give any sort of approval to this request, or now, you know, these broken up requests. Is that?
And
Sorry,
just,
yes. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chair.
Sorry to speak to the.
No, you're fine. I will take care of it from here. And just, I don't know if it's sufficient to have one person from the group to maybe come up and address the concerns.
Yes, ma'am, the concern remains the same. We still oppose what's trying to be done. We're saying, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. So just let us be. We're there. We want to be there. We've been there and we're happy where we are. And there are a number of things, as this gentleman said, that go along with that. And we're not very happy at all. And your uncle owns property also in that block. Mr. Tracy owns property. But anyhow, we still oppose, and it's a group of us, and there's more, but this is all that we could get out of them. We're elderly and we just want to be heard. And if they had come and been a good neighbor, like we're saying, and told us, even though we knew they didn't have to, and if we didn't call or anything, it would have happened. And so we don't want that to just, you know, we want to just be heard. Please hear us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just from a point of concern, I think she's referring to my uncle, but here's the deal. I don't mix in his property ownership or anything to that effect. So not a vested party. So just from a point of clarity, I just wanted to confirm you guys understand that what's before us is not a zoning change, correct? Okay, thank you.
All right, so if we can, I guess we're now back at questions from the board. I don't know, Commissioner Diaz, if you had, I know you requested kind of pulling them out, so I don't know if you may have had some questions specifically about this particular property that you wanted to start with.
Yeah, so yeah, apologies for the messiness of combining them and then wanting to disconnect them, but it came clear from the presentation from the property owner. So this one seems slightly different because it's got a built, the reason for, if I understand correctly, the reason for the property line adjustment here and not following the property line that would be parallel, right? The little bump. I'm assuming that why that's not shaded blue all the way up to the property line is because of that shed.
The shed, yes.
It was built. And so can you, and maybe just back up and speak to the whole strategy here? Because I'm not fully under, I mean, I'm not understanding why there's this kind of dog legs in here. Just maybe the history a little bit about why is that line there? Not just because there's a fence, but why is that? Why isn't it just building a new fence up at the other line? And yeah, just anyway.
Generally speaking, this property, if you were to visit it, you'd see that it's essentially been developed as this little like secret garden. And you have, you know, where the CPC itself couldn't get past was the creation of the through lot where, you know, again, this property has been enjoyed this way for quite some time, where essentially the on the Kellerack side is actually Ms. Pat's house. And it has extended back in terms of the property to create that kind of funky shape. And, you know, that's one of the kind of nuances of this whole request is that it's not the creation of anything new. It's just essentially the finally allowing properties to match how they've been used. They've just been developed this way over decades. And part of it is the there's quite a bit of growth back there. There's a lot of trees. There's some very large trees. I think trees are actually, I heard it out of my left ear. I think trees and tree growth is actually a concern from some neighbors that would attest to the fact that there's been quite a bit of organic growth from this to develop this property in this way. And then looking again just at the technical as part of that, I guess overall rebuttal is the response that, again, there's a great consistency with this group. Again, that 85% of times where these insufficient rear yards have been granted for things that are new. Again, these are things that are existing. These are things that are old. These things have currently exist. The odds just continue to be in support of this overall request.
Okay, but I guess to my question about this one property, the little dongly thing that's hanging off there, like why can't that be just one property? Why does that little bump need to be there? I understood there was a laundry room there or something, but I mean, it seems to be all, if I'm looking at the property records, I understand this. Every one of these properties is owned by this one owner, right? But they're not currently combined.
Correct.
So the intent is to combine 17, no, you're not combining 17, 17, and 17.
It's just changing their configurations to match
but
how they're used.
Sorry, I'm confused. I'm confusing my description here. Okay, so 1717, which addresses Carolrec, is owned by Miss O'Brien, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and then 1716 is also owned. Is that right? On, I mean, sorry, 1716 on Columbus Street.
On Columbus, yes.
Okay, so those are staying separate.
Those would stay separate, yes.
Okay.
The original request was to combine them, and that was a bridge too far for the planning commission, to where we kept that rear, the two abutting rear lines to keep that line between Columbus and Carolrec. Okay. So if you were to walk to the property, it's one large expanse.
So in this
And
case,
Commissioner Diaz, you're referring to the area, I'm just making sure, to the one area that's not shaded, the little rectangle.
right, but then I was talking about the through block.
Gotcha.
So I didn't I just am trying, diagrams are not, I need diagrams. Okay, so then this house, if I'm understanding, is the little bump out would be combined with 17 property, or yes? And I think I'm having a hard time understanding that logic. I mean, I understand that there's an existing building, but
Yeah, I'm gonna come in and echo the same point. My concern on that one from the onset is it's the creation of a truly irregular condition within that lot configuration, just for a singular benefit. I've always viewed this through the lens of the lot configurations are there, not just necessarily for how they're intended to be used currently, but to the preservation of their long-term development plan and maintaining some regularity within a block face. Well, excuse me, not a block face, but within a block's layout or square layout. If it's being used in that capacity and she does control both properties and grants access through it, that could remain as is currently configured and used in that condition.
Understood.
So I think the key part is, let's say if down the road someone acquires the property, or if it's transferred to someone, how that would potentially be used differently. And then we're now creating a condition with this property that actually has a fiduciary gain largely. So I'm kind of more in alignment with what I saw just from the staff standpoint on 62, purely because of this one condition. It's there. I hate to reference the terminology, but the neighbor's right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is the one spot where it does apply. Now, when we
Understood.
get into the other three, that's a different conversation based on configuration, but this one's different.
Totally understand and respect it. The owners requested to make a little statement to answer your question, Mr. Diaz. if you guys would entertain it.
Thank you. What is there is having cut off the rotting wash shed that was there, I built an area that opens into my backyard. And therefore I store tools, lawnmowers, and so forth. And it has not so far adversely affected any of the tenants that have stayed there. There's a small backyard. There's a long driveway that they use as a sitting area and planting area for their plants.
So I do appreciate what you presenting, but again, that's something that was created under your guidance.
Right. And the opening, of course, is into my backyard.
Correct. So remember that's why I made a very specific statement to the development of the square and the preservation of how the individual lots can be maintained, not necessarily how you're using it now, but for preservation of future use.
Right. Well, it's been there for, I'm sure, about, I would guess, I don't remember the exact date of acquisition of that property. But what I'm trying to do, as I stated before, is to establish boundary lines before the property is inherited by a nonprofit to prevent them from having to expend any money determining property lines.
I understand.
Thank you for your understanding.
Yeah, no, and look, I truly appreciate it, but again, it's just, we have to.
Thank you.
I just want to avoid, because again, while that may be your singular intent and you're well intended, we could also create a precedent condition where someone feels comfortable, let me grab the parcels around me, land grab it, break it up down the road because I built a condition.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Are there any other questions? And I like Commissioner Diaz. I needed to see.
Got to see a layout. That's
Yeah,
the
so
background.
I just needed to understand. I'm not the architect up here, so it just looks like lines and arrows to me right now. So thank you for the drawings for dummies.
It does look like lines and arrows on this.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, Zach, is there anything, there was this concerns from the community. Is there any, just process wise, is there any desire to have more conversation or defer this?
Generally speaking, on this particular one that you guys have cut out, and I see why, you've gone to cut it out because it is a different animal than what the other three are going to be. I would generally say, I think it would be unproductive to, I think I know where you guys are going to go on this one, and I don't think it's going to be to Ms. Pat's benefit, but I would say, it's had a fair hearing today. I think it would be to the neighbors that have shown up and spent their time. I think that it would be to their benefit to have that handled today. And I don't see a monumental shift in neighborhood support in the next 30 days. So again, I appreciate that kind of opening, but I'd love to give them the ability to get this decided today.
I was going to ask the same question, so thank you.
In that case, if the motion is in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
In regards to docket 6222, and apologize, I should probably look at the. Staff report. So I move to accept the staff's recommendation for denial for this property, citing that the 9 criteria have not been met.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 062-22, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James, to follow staff's recommendation and deny the requested waivers of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11.2A for minimum lot depth, minimum lot area, and rear yard setback, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
Okay,
So now we're moving to the consolidated 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22. And we're at the same place where we had already gone through the discussion. So now we're at our questions. I'm assuming, Mr. Smith, the conversation covered all 4 items, so that all of the conversation was the same. Thank you. So are there any questions, board members, on these items?
Yeah, I think, Zach, I need to understand the case a little bit better on this one. I'm still, I think I've got similar questions and concerns about the last one, except there isn't a building in this case. They're just trying to understand what the history of the property is and why this is appropriate.
So the overall history, it continues to kind of remain the same. There's been this organic growth over decades where the rear yards have been swallowed up. And this waiver is to essentially match where property lines have in effect been. We're not in a position, the difference is here on this other property where there could be some sort of cross enjoyment or easement for that kind of rear structure. On this, we're talking about open space that is again, used as this. I wish that we had better photos or a little video walkthrough of the way in which this essentially through lot has been developed into this dog-like fashion. So it goes back to the same point of this is a situation where if these were 2 separate property owners, these lines would have already prescribed. We'd be in a position where a state allowance under the code, under the state law would actually trigger, and this would be the property line, it would be the de facto property line because of the historical joint kind of ownership. We're in this position. So that's one of those kind of weird little hardships that comes in. And it's just the way in which I can't use a better word than organic kind of growth of this site because of the way in which it's been, left to get, landscaped and vegetated.
I guess, once again, we asked on the last one, is there more discussion that needs to be had with the neighbors on this one?
Again, the general consensus, I'd say no. As you guys saw, there was a general misinterpretation of what the request was in there. And of course, the outcome is still the same. Again, I think it'd be a fair statement to say there's more underlying concerns than any sort of where is a fence been, generally just issues between neighbors and opinions of neighbors.
So my concern then about these, I think Todd said it probably more eloquently than I will, but you have 3 properties that follow the current sort of neighborhood pattern. They're owned by the same person, and there's a fence there, but that fence is a fence. It's not a. What's going to end up happening is you've got 3 properties then, whatever the future plans are for them, that are now smaller, and then you have one that's much bigger. So the value is shifting on the real estate sense. And I think that's where my concern here is that we're making 3. Well, the proposal, let me change my language. The proposal is to make 3 substandard lots and one that is super.
Yeah, and I'm gonna echo that same point. My problem on this one is more, in the last year, I've been having a very different appreciation of how lot configurations work. And when we create conditions like this, once again, this is serving a single purpose at this one specific time, as opposed to future development rights. Creating lots that are, while they currently function perfectly fine as doubles as they're currently configured, we're gonna see a condition in the city that changes at some point in time, where how future properties get developed are going to require the space that's necessary in order to be developed down the road. I know we love to preserve the traditional Creole cottages and everything else that we see that's traditionally throughout this neighborhood. But we're gonna see a time change where this is gonna end up being sufficiently smaller than what's necessary for families to dwell within a certain area. So again, but then taking that back, we then create a condition, let's say if this land was to transact down the road, a very valuable piece of 3 individual parcels for these smaller footprints. That exacerbates a problem down the road for affordability when we deal with future rights to sell properties in these areas. I'm just starting to see it more and more now, and just a little concerned about what we're creating, especially in this neighborhood. And I remember the last time this property came before us, not necessarily these 3, I think it was Ms. O'Brien's property at first, a long time ago. I feel like this came in front of BZA for something very different a long time ago, or maybe it was properties in the area. Just starting to see a lot of familiar faces and addresses.
Yeah, I just wanna, I mean, I agree with everybody. I just went and just look at the maps and kind of pull out similar, smaller sites on corners within that same street. So it does exist in this stadia of study, smaller corner lots as the one is being proposed. Just want to point it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, there's a lot of, it's turning the corner is always challenging with properties. And it seems like the pattern, at least on between Columbus and Carol Rec and the view that we were just looking at, they tend to have that 3 lots in the middle that run, not even east-west, upriver, downriver. And then the other lots are the long ones going towards the lake. But there are some odd lots as they pointed out. But I think that this is one of those parts of the city where you have this kind of organic development and old properties, and something happened 200 years ago that might have broken up one of those lots that we don't know. But in this case, I think my challenge is that we're taking a very clear, and these drawings, which I can't share, but that one, where you see the very clear pattern in all of the properties in a row, like soldiers. I just have a hard time. And I, of course, then look at the ones that are the corner lots that have the extra little, the ones down the street, and there's a house in that site. So I could imagine turning those 3 lots into a building site. So
the backside,
the one,
Yeah.
and you could then build a building that faces Columbus Street.
Yep.
So I know we're hypothesizing about the future, but that's, I mean, I don't know how to see
But again,
development
that's,
plan here.
but because again, we're dealing with fiduciary gain. We just, when we get into this 9 criteria checklist item, I mean, it just starts to.
Yeah. And I fully understand the desire to think about property in the long term for the property owner, that, how to set it up for the future. But I think in this case, I'm having a really hard time with the 9 criteria.
Are there any other questions from board members?
If I may.
Yeah, briefly.
I understand this is a little bit of a curveball, but looking at the questions about affordability, looking at that dogleg portion, essentially if deferring on this particular one and looking at, I mean, it may be deferred for a little bit of time, but taking the rears of those three and making it its own separate lot so that it stays as an almost equal size lot and would ensure that you don't get this much larger than what already exists. You know, the Columbus property already is much larger than any of those lots. So it's already out there, but you know, looking at how the map works, it'll essentially probably become a creation of a new lot with some insufficiencies. But now we're talking about hedging the bets so that more housing could potentially be built on reasonable sized lots. And I'd look at, obviously that's not something that's brought before you today, but looking at potentially pausing this and having that conversation. Knowing that the CPC has already approved this, I don't think there's going to be much of a, you know, monumental shift for them to get over that hurdle. And I think that would create a much better, based on the conversation that's been happening and the feedback, that's going to eliminate some of those concerns of creating very small lots at the expense of one large lot. It wouldn't create any bigger lot than what already is there.
Question, staff had a comment.
Yeah, I have excuse me, I do have a comment, just for point of clarity. The City Planning Commission considered all of these lots under one docket, and they gave tentative approval to all the proposed lots.
You might need to speak a little closer. It's hard to hear.
I'm sorry. The City Planning Commission considered all of the lots under one zoning docket and under one subdivision docket, and they approved them subject to this variance. The thing is, they can't be separated one from the other. If these 4 lots today are not approved, if y'all don't approve those, the other 2, they can't exist anyway. So nothing has final approval. Not one of the 6 proposed lots has final approval, even though only the 4 before you today are the only ones that need variances. But if they don't get variances, the other 2, you know, by default cannot exist.
I believe we would be able to have the commission reconsider this. The applicant would need to produce a revised subdivision plan based on the board's decision today.
Right.
Yeah. So just so that I'm clear, Mr. Smith, what you're proposing now is to look at what would be the rear portions of these 3 lots, consolidating those 3 portions into one independent lot.
Which we know would start
That's a whole nother
new conversation with the.
So I think just at this time, I mean, I'm trying to avoid even getting to that point. I'm actually more concerned about the preservation of what is the minimum lot requirement, the square foot, the area, excuse me, the balking yard area requirement for the 3 lots that's being reduced. Yes, it is just a singular fence. Yeah, it's currently being used in a certain configuration, but if the intent is to protect how it's going to be utilized down the road based on Ms. O'Brien's comments, I'd ask that you just look at some of that consideration, seeing if where the fence could remain where it's at, right? Even if it's re-subdivided a certain way. She's still preserving it. She's still maintaining these properties. So let's at least look at where that actual property line should fall in order to still preserve the entitlement rights for those 3 pieces, not just how to create. I'm not trying to get into a conversation about carving out a whole new lot on its backside to make something, not going there. Just based off, just looking at purely what we're looking at from a waiver requirement for these 3 pieces. there's a medium, there's a either yes, no, or I think there's some type of medium ground on how we address this application. So I mean, I think if a deferral was in order to. for
Well,
the
that was what I was
Yeah.
trying to, because I think that was what Mr. Smith was trying to
Okay.
get to, was a deferral. I was just trying to understand before jumping to a decision. I was just trying to understand laying out what exactly the ask was. Not that I agreed or disagreed. I just wanted my own clarity to understand where we were trying to go. So to go back to what I was asking, Mr. Smith, were you proposing a deferral to kind of further look into this?
Yes.
Is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket numbers 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22, my motion is for a 30-day referral at the request of the applicant to take further time to review this application.
Is 30 days going to be sufficient to make the proposed changes and enough time for the deadlines?
Good point.
I would say 60 would
Yeah.
probably be better, with some surveys potentially being redrafted and resent to staff for their appropriate time to review.
Yeah, I'll modify my motion and adjust it to a 60-day deferral.
Second.
With regards to consolidated BZA dockets 063-22, 064-22, and 065-22. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez, to defer the matter 60 days. Vote your screens. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item. I believe we're now back to item 14. BZA docket 070-22.
BZA 70-22 is a request for a waiver of Article 13, Section 13.3.A.1, Table 13-2 for rear yard setback, in which 12 feet are provided by the applicant's design, necessitating a waiver of 8 feet. The subject property is located within an SRS single-family residential district. The site in question is a corner lot in the Oak Park Fillmore neighborhood within the Gentilly area, with frontage along Burbank Drive and Cartier Avenue. It's rectangular in shape. Lot 9A measures approximately 53 feet in width, 100 feet in depth, and 5,870 square feet in area. The applicant intends to reconstruct their existing garage into a 2-car garage by pulling the structure closer to the curb, providing more space in the rear. The subject site is also slightly below the necessary lot area requirement, an aspect of the lot that was in effect before the implementation of the CZO in 2015. As a result of the lot area deficiency, the subject site does not have the same amount of space that is required of the ordinance and is smaller than 70% of the surrounding properties. As this lot is smaller in the rear and larger in the front, this can be considered a peculiar circumstance. However, the variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. The regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience of the owner. Therefore, staff recommends denial of BZA docket 070-22.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket? So
Afternoon.
good afternoon. You could give your name and address for the record.
Cedric Grant. My address is 1371 Burbank Drive,
You could go ahead with your
and
comment.
I'm the owner. As stated in the staff report, the property has a lot area deficiency. The lot is smaller than 70% of the surrounding properties. In addition, the front yard is larger than the rear, causing a small deficiency in available space in the rear to meet the CZO rear yard standard. This presents a peculiar condition. The property above is above the base flood elevation, and the garage provides elevated off-street parking. The original construction was a 2-car garage, but prior to receiving ease and occupancy in 2006, it was modified to meet the new CZO elevation requirement. This resulted in the garage falling short of the original authorized intent. The requested variance would correct that condition while also providing protection during frequent storm and street flooding events. The hardship this property is attempting to mitigate is imposed by frequent climate events affecting the neighborhood. And I do have a photo if the board would like to see the conditions that exist in this neighborhood on a recurring basis. During frequent heavy rains and storm events, water tends to flow to the intersection of Cartier and Burbank at this property, and therefore the water rises beyond the property line. This allows for, what we're trying to do is allow for elevated off-street parking above the street level. The structure also allows the vehicles to better survive in storm events. The project is intended to remedy these climate-driven public safety and sustainability conditions by the inclusion of additional permeable paving in the driveway and thereby increase the permeable surface requirement. If the project is built without the variance, it would not allow for driveway parking without encroaching on the sidewalk. This project will address the neighborhood-wide need for elevated off-street parking without encroaching on the public right-of-way. The goal of this garage project is safety and sustainability. This project is intended to provide better utilization of an undersized lot in the neighborhood, maximize the permeable area of the property to manage stormwater, create a sustainable environment in a challenged neighborhood, and aesthetically improve the appearance of the property, therefore enhancing the neighborhood livability. The BZA, according to the staff report, the BZA granted a larger variance of 9 feet 5 inches in BZA case 073-16 on May 8, 2017. In this case, waivers were requested for a front yard setback and a rear yard setback. Both were approved. The site has a 60-foot depth. This was considered a special condition intrinsic to the site, which created a hardship for the property. This request similarly presents a special condition intrinsic to the site, which creates a hardship for the property. Application of that same rationale is requested in this instance.
Mr. Grant,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the end of your time.
Okay, we just asked for the variance, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 070? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Mr. Grant, I just wanted to just get some clarity as I'm looking at the photos.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to understand the conditions that are shown is the
Current
condition.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what you're proposing,
Is moving the garage to adjacent to the edge of the property, which is still compliant with the zoning code.
okay,
Moving the garage out about 3 or 4 feet to allow for the 2-car parking, because when it was elevated in 2006, they created a condition where it was no longer fit 2 vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and so that's all I'm trying to do.
okay, thank you.
So this is another condition of like a split slab condition with the house elevation program. So in order that to happen, it encroached into the steps now encroached into what would have been.
Exactly.
Rarely we see where the house elevation program actually still had the slabs separated. More often than not, you just saw the entire structure elevated. So the ramp, that's why we had all those ramp conditions that we kept looking at throughout New Orleans East. I know this is a little bit more gentilly. But again, yeah, in this case, once you create that condition, the steps then now encroach into what would have been the parking garage area. Otherwise, you would be extending further into what is the required rear yard.
Is there a drawing in the report somewhere that shows the overlaying or where the existing garage back is relative to the new one? Trying to, I don't know if that's a question for staff or for the applicant. Just trying to understand, because the diagram I'm seeing shows the new garage, but
right,
I'm not clear where the old one is to understand what the difference is. You said it's about 3 feet longer.
We use this survey to show where the current existing garage structure is versus what is shown on the site plan for the proposed garage.
See, I thought that's right. It's just hard to know what the distance is because I'm doing this. They're not really the same. So I understand. Thank you.
No, that's. a setback line.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges is that because the property line is the fence, is the property line or the fence that's angled?
Property line. Well, actually, both. Yeah, it's both the property.
Both,
line.
yeah. The survey showing the fence being
Right.
further onto the property line. So the photograph makes it look tighter than the survey shows.
That's correct. And basically one of the purpose of my renovation is to move the fence to the property line.
That's the property line, yeah. So that will, because the photograph said it looks tight, but that's not actually the case. And then
Right.
it is narrower because you're pushing it to the front. You're handicapped a little bit because it's the angle of the property line as well. So it's making it tighter than it really is. If it was in the same location.
So just kind of getting into, I think this ties a little bit more into the third criteria 7, when talking about the profit of the owner, that just this modification. I think what this is just feeding a little bit into something that I was alluding to earlier. We're going to start seeing more and more of an issue across town with flood mitigation requirements and how we're going to have to constantly look at how homes are elevated to different criteria, especially if you're keeping track of NFIP and this risk rating 2.0 categories. When we get into how some of these properties going to have to change in configuration, we're going to start seeing more and more of these items pop up more often, especially with affordability on insurance. While I know we're not talking about financial hardship is an issue, but it's just the requirements of what's going to be required for you to have any type of structure just inside of Orleans Parish in general. So when we're dealing with more of these projects, we're going to constantly see this pop up. Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions from the board? Proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 070-22, my motion is to approve the request of the requested waiver for Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for rear yard setback. Acknowledging what the staff had is the criteria that were met, but then taking the applicant's presentation and what I just alluded to on criteria 7 as grounds to meet the 9 criteria and move for approval. And I do believe you had it, if it was to be approved with the 3 standard provisos, or is there any other provisos that would need to be added? Staff.
The standard 3.
Okay. So I'll hold that motion with the 3 standard provisos.
Oh, second.
With regard to BZA docket 070-22, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Alvarez to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting today's commentary in support of establishment of the satisfaction of the 9 criteria, subject to 3 provisos. Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item.
Thank
BZA 7122 is a request for a property located at 1441 State Street. The applicant is requesting a variance from the provisions of Article 18, Section 18.30.b of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient off-street parking. The applicant is proposing to construct a 3-story single-family residence in place of the existing single-family residence and is seeking a variance to permit 5 off-street parking spaces instead of the 19 required by the University Area Parking Overlay District, necessitating a waiver for 14 off-street parking spaces. The subject property is located in the University Area Off-Street Parking Overlay District, which requires 1 off-street parking space per bedroom for newly constructed structures with over 4 bedrooms and 2 full bathrooms. In accordance with Article 18, Section 18.30.b of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, a bedroom shall be defined as an enclosed room that cannot be used for any other purpose, such as a kitchen, bathroom, dining room, living room, or laundry room. Any room not explicitly labeled as a kitchen, bathroom, dining room, living room, or laundry room shall be counted as a bedroom. In this case, there are numerous enclosed rooms that would count as bedrooms, such as closets, pantries, libraries, and storage rooms. The University Area Off-Street Parking Overlay was implemented to mitigate the proliferation of housing built to accommodate students. The overlay contains a homestead exemption exception specifically to carve out properties such as the subject property that will be utilized by families as their full-time residents. In this case, the existing structure on the subject property is being demolished and a new structure will be erected in its place. Since the house is not yet constructed, the owners are unable to obtain their homestead exemption until the construction is complete, despite their intention to live full-time in the residence. Once the homestead exemption is procured, the regulations of this overlay will effectively become moot in relation to this property. Unless the applicant has 19 cars, the property will easily contain all vehicles without the need for on-street parking. Should the variance not be granted, the property will effectively become a parking lot in the middle of a historic neighborhood. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variance of Article 18, Section 18.30.b meets 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 3 provisos.
Is the applicant present?
Nicole Weber, 2131 Bienville Street, 70112. I'm here on behalf of the property owners, Celeste and Curtis Eustace. Mrs. Eustace is here today. As the staff perfectly explained, they currently live less than a half a mile from the subject site where they do have a homestead exemption. They would not be able to apply for a homestead exemption property that is going to be, they've been already approved for demolition, but will be demolished. The new construction could not have a homestead exemption there. University Overlay District does allow for that exemption. However, did not foresee that or anticipate that this situation would arise. And in fact, we have a letter from the authoring council member Joe DeRusso, that is in the packet, dated August 11th. And we submitted that with our application. And he explains that this is a legislative gap. That's quotes, legislative gap. And obviously was not intended to place the family like the Eustaces in an unfair position. We also have a letter from the Audubon Zoning Association in support of their request. Just one thing that I wanted to mention that came up as I was kind of overzealously going through the language of the overlay district. There is in that university area, number 9, it states each additional parking space as required by this overlay must be permeable surface as defined in section 26.6 of the comprehensive zone ordinance. So what one could interpret, meaning that out of the 5 parking spaces that they are providing, 4 of those would have to be permeable surfaces, and 2 of them are contemplated to be in a parking garage, and the other 3 are an existing concrete off-street parking that is a part of the lot already. So I would ask just to be truly careful, and so that we don't have to come back before you again, if we could add in that part or that section number as well, just so that they won't have any more issues with permitting on that.
Okay, we'll get to to that once we finish with public comment. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 071-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Ms. Weber, what you were indicating was to add language to the proviso related to permeable parking?
Correct. It's in that same section, 18.30B, and it's number 9.
So are you asking, what are you asking for exactly?
A waiver of that. It's the requirement that states for each additional parking space as required by this overlay must be a permeable surface. And so because they are stating that they're already providing 5 spaces, we're concerned that 4 of those 5 may be required to be permeable. But we are meeting all the open space permeability required otherwise by the zoning ordinance. But to have to make a parking garage space permeable would be quite difficult.
May I add some information to this? So we went through this proposal with the zoning administrator. We went through all of that criteria. There are other aspects of this site that are typically not in compliance with the zoning ordinance. It has 3 curb cuts. It has a circular driveway, et cetera. And so we went through those items with the zoning administrator, and because they're already existing, he had made an interpretation that they have inherited rights. And so that would include all of the aspects of the site itself, which the circular driveway, for example, is made of brick, I believe. I don't know if it's permeable or not, but basically he said, the zoning administrator said that it's inherited to the site. So he didn't feel that there was a need for a variance for that.
Any questions from the board?
Ms. Weber, question. This request for permeability to be waived for the required off-street parking spaces, you mentioned it's because they're going to be enclosed within a garage?
2 will be, and the other 3 are an existing parking area.
Okay.
So as Ms. Berg mentioned.
Okay, so.
And I apologize, I wasn't aware of that specifically, that conversation going on about those not needing to be permeable. So I apologize.
And I guess, I'm sorry. I know you
What?
were asking your
We're
question.
good.
Because I was just confused, because I was trying to see where we would be making that modification, because it's not one of the provisos. So I was trying to even understand how we would address that, since it's not one of the things before us. But to your point, what you're saying is that that was something already inherent to the property. I'm confused too.
Yeah. The site characteristics, and they would be using the same site characteristics for the parking are inherited to the site. And it is tricky with the garage, but the way that we looked at it was, for example, when you have landscaping requirements, but you have like an underground parking garage, those are excluded from those landscaping requirements because it's not really anticipated in the regulations. So that's how we thought of this garage situation.
So is permeable parking going to be required or not?
It is not because it's, and what their situation is inherited to the site,
So we don't even have
according
to
to
do-
the zoning administrator.
This is a non-issue.
From my perspective, yes. And as soon as I get the homestead exemption, the entire overlay criteria become moot.
And I'm sorry, I kind of hijacked your question, Commissioner Rufo.
Not at all. I'm just trying to find out, is it really necessary to provide that waiver via proviso, or if it sounds like it's not necessary? If that's the case, then motion's in order. Unless there are other questions.
Are there any other questions, Commissioners? Proceed, Mr. Rufo.
Regarding zoning docket BCA 071-22, I move to approve the request for waiver of Article 18, Section 18.30.B.1, off-street parking requirement. Accepting the staff's finding that the request, accepting the staff's recommendation that the request meets all 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6 F of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, subject to 3 provisos. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. With regard to BZA docket 071-22, it's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner James to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 3 provisos. Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA 076-22 for a property located at 1717 Religious Street and 621 Celeste Street. This request is for variance from the provisos of Article 15, Section 15.3.8.1, Table 15-2, and Article 22.2, Article 22, Section 22.4.8.1, Table 22-1 for the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit the conversion of a mixed-use development, 10-unit residential commercial to a multifamily 46-unit, in addition resulting in insufficient lot area and insufficient off-street parking in accordance with Article 15, Section 15.3.8-1, Table 15-2, and Section 22, so Article 22, Section 22.4.8.1, Table 22.1. The applicants are required to provide 560 square feet per dwelling unit, and they're proposing to provide a variance of 533.58 square feet per dwelling unit. They're also required to provide 32 parking spaces per Article 22, Section 22.4.8-1, and they're only proposing to provide 22 parking spaces. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 15, Section 15.3.A.1, Table 15.2, lot area fails to meet standards 1, 2, 4, and 6 for the standards of variance of Articles 14, Section 4.6.F of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, and that there are no special circumstances which are particular to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges, and the property regulations are not will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Additionally, based on this report, staff believe that the requested variance of Article 22, Section 22.4.8.1, Table 22-1, off-street vehicle and bicycle parking requirement fails to meet the standards 1 and 6 of standards of variance for Article 4, Section 4.6, in that there are no special circumstances which are particular to the land, and the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Staff will also like to comment that based on the current and proposed use in a MU2 high-intensity mixed-use district, had the proposed use been commercial or non-residential, that the applicants would be able to provide 10 on-street parking spaces, which will count towards the parking variance. However, as a residential property, they are not allowed such provisions.
Is the applicant present for 072-22? Could come up and give your name and address for the record.
Vanessa Levine, 4152 Canal Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70119.
You could go ahead with your comments.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Levine. I'm the Executive Director of Renaissance Neighborhood Development Housing Corporation, which is the nonprofit housing subsidiary of Volunteers of America, Southeast Louisiana. Renaissance was formed in 2006 with a mission to rebuild 1,000 units of affordable workforce housing that Volunteers of America owned and operated, which were destroyed in Hurricane Katrina. I'm proud to say that we've reached that goal. However, we are continuing on as the need for quality, affordable housing is still unmet, and we are faced with pandemic, continued natural disasters, and an affordable housing crisis. I'd like to thank the Board of Zoning for your service and commitment to our city, and to the staff for preparing the report you have reviewed regarding our requested waivers. Your honorable role on this board is to permit exceptions or variations to the established zoning regulations, because sometimes the rules, which we acknowledge are well-crafted with good intentions, require flexibility to make our city a better place. Celeste Landing is an affordable workforce housing development, which has been awarded $1.5 million in home funding by the City of New Orleans Office of Community Development. This award, along with low-income housing tax credits, state and federal historic tax credits, and additional sources, will bring approximately $18.5 million in investment to the City of New Orleans through this development. More importantly, this funding makes possible 46 homes, which will be affordable to workforce households earning between approximately $16,000 and $38,000 a year. These are long-term affordability requirements, which will run with title, surviving any transfer of the property or bankruptcy for 50 years. This is a public benefit. We own and manage a multifamily rental property 2 blocks from Celeste Landing at 1770 Chapatoulas. When we developed the 52 units on this nearby site, by renovating a historic building facing Chapatoulas, this census tract was categorized as a very low income in a difficult to develop area. In a little more than 10 years' time, this same census tract now has a median income which is over 175% of the median income for the City of New Orleans. It is a high income census tract now. What we are proposing for Celeste Landing is 46 affordable workforce rental homes for people working at the nearby Walmart, dishwashers and busters walking to service industry jobs on Magazine Street, hotel workers taking the bus downtown, sanitation workers, police officers, teachers. People who, if this housing is not built, would not be able to afford to live and work in our city where we desperately need them. We are utilizing the density and parking reductions built into the CZO as part of the inclusionary zoning overlay.
Ms. Levine, I'm sorry, that was the end of your time.
I have some people who would be willing to cede some of their time. It's Andy.
They need to let us, are they here?
They're here and they've submitted cards. It's Andy Fritzl and Jeanette Capaccio.
So you have 2 people?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We are utilizing the density and parking reductions built into the CZO as part of the inclusionary zoning overlay. However, even with this, we are 26.41 square feet over the required lot area, which equates to 2 apartments. Will allowing for 2 apartments confer special privileges? No. These 2 apartments are necessary to support the operational costs of affordable workforce housing. This development creates 2 jobs with an on-site property manager and maintenance person. The city and state's investment of governmental dollars offset the development costs because of the public benefit to provide this housing. We are a mission-based nonprofit and do not require these 2 apartments to generate any profit for ownership, but to house 2 families. Additionally, 50% of all of the cash flow will be paid back to the City of New Orleans as part of the home funding terms. This density waiver will not materially benefit the owners, but will benefit the City of New Orleans. We are requesting that the board approve a density waiver of 26.41 square feet. to allow for these additional 2 apartment homes. We are also requesting a waiver of off-street vehicular parking requirements. Our architect, Holly and Smith, who is here today, has designed a practical site plan which would allow for 22 on-site parking spaces, as well as a generator to power common area for charging and cooling down, and refrigeration for diabetic medicines, both interior and exterior on-site secure bicycle parking, and a secure exterior courtyard leisure space for residents. Practically speaking, we will not need the full amount of required parking because many of the residents who will be income qualified will likely utilize RTA buses. The recently released RTA bus routes includes a stop on a very next block, which serves 2 major lines, or will walk or bike to their jobs. In our experience as an affordable housing developer and long-term owner and property manager, we anticipate there will be fewer residents with cars than would be in a market rate or even mixed income housing. The inclusionary zoning reduction was really written for mixed income. This development is 100% low income. Also, we do acknowledge the staff's point that current zoning would allow for a taller building up to 85 feet or 7 stories, which would certainly accommodate an additional 10 parking space within a first floor level garage. However, this would require the addition we propose to build to be significantly taller than that of the historic landmark building we are renovating. New Orleans HDLC, the State Historic Preservation Office, and the National Park Service would likely not approve an addition, which would be out of character with the historic landmark and neighborhood. The addition we have proposed matches the footprint and height of a portion of the historic building, which was actually destroyed in Katrina. We also suspect that a taller concrete podium style building with apartments located above surface level parking facing the street would be less desirable by the neighbors. We did not receive any complaints in our neighborhood participation meeting and haven't heard any complaints from neighbors on this proposal. Further, table 1 in the staff report you have reviewed includes an analysis of similarly situated developments, which actually shows an abundance of non-compliant parking in the area. Although not included in the staff's table, it's worth noting that the 52-unit affordable workforce housing building we own and manage 2 blocks away at 1770 Chapatulas includes 19 on-site parking spaces. This was allowable per the zoning at the time we developed the property in 2011. Although we have fewer parking spaces per unit at 1 unit to 0.34 spaces than the 1 unit to 0.47 ratio proposed for Celeste Landing.
Ms. Levine, I'm sorry, that's the end of your time again.
Okay, we haven't had an issue with parking there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 072-22?
Hello, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I'm a program coordinator at the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance, and I live on Oak Street. On behalf of GNOHA and Housing NOLA, we'd like to formally express our support for this development as our city struggles to maintain a rental stock that effectively addresses the housing needs of our residents. Our city leaders must aid in lifting red tape for developers who wish to expand our affordable housing footprint. This development presents a unique opportunity to create affordable housing in a high opportune area with neighborhood amenities and easy access to public transit lines. The prioritization of parking will ultimately prove to be null and void as most renters and apartment dwellers do not own cars and instead rely on public transportation. As affordable housing advocacy organizations, GNOHA and Housing NOLA will continue to support the developers' efforts to increase our current housing stock and encourage the board to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of BZA docket 072-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Just a quick question. Very non-traditional question on this. What's the AMI levels that you're dealing with on the property?
We have set asides at 30% AMI, 50% AMI, and
80?
60%
Okay,
AMI.
60. So this doesn't go through like the traditional age PD application for a project? That's kind of more of a question of staff. Because I know traditionally within the AHPD review process for affordable housing plan development, you can get the waiver, at least a 50% waiver on parking, correct?
We have a waiver that's included within this inclusionary zoning overlay. However, it's short, the 10 spaces which we're requesting.
And the applicant is taking advantage of a 30% density bonus for the lot area, as well as a 30% parking space reduction.
So basically so I'm just trying to think through, like, just trying to make sure that this is like the correct routing on this one.
I have a question about the larger neighborhood, just, across the street, that next block over, and how the parking works, because
it's always empty.
There's a lot of parking in the area, and I'm not sure who controls it. I know that because it was part of that river.
It's HRI.
Right. So is it, I just don't know what happens to the parking that isn't the Walmart parking, right? If it's, assigned, or if it's available for people to park on, if they're in the neighborhood.
So we're actually improving on-site parkings or on-street parking spaces, which are along Celeste and Religious, which would get us to the number that we need. Although by the letter of the law, because we're residential and we don't have any commercial use, we can't count those towards our number. Similarly with HRI's parking, although we can and are initiating conversations on that, some sort of lease structure if we need it. Practically speaking, though, like I mentioned, we just don't find the need for that many parking spaces because people are going to be taking the bus, biking and walking. And in fact, biking spaces are really the premium. And so that's what we'd want to use our surface area and inside space to provide.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. And I think my point is more about the kind of development in the neighborhood and what,
yes, that's
tons
available.
Tons of parking, and
there's a lot of,
and it's not going to be a concern. Now, you mentioned another property, and I was just trying to find it. Where the 17 something Chapatulas?
1770 Chapatulas. It's right on the river. It's by the entry to the truck, the truck entrance to the port.
Yep, the Centennial Place.
Yeah, that's Centennial Place. So it's 52 apartments within that existing historic building. And then you can see right behind it, if you're looking at Google Satellite, there's the 19 spaces. And we have not had an issue. This particular area is well serviced by public transportation. And like you mentioned, there's ample on-street parking.
And I think even Bria brought up the example that just the conditions of how they would review this commercial versus residential, she can't account for the on-street parking. So that in itself probably would have got them past the threshold there. But you're right, everything within River Gardens, within River Gardens, got to make sure I don't say the other project name before I get in trouble. Clearly does not utilize the surface parking. I mean, I remember when that project went through 20 plus years ago, same thing. It was always based off of how Walmart always placed their facilities. But you easily, I think that parking lot is even being used for NOPD, SWAT, as well as some other uses. So.
Yeah, so I think just to the point of like neighborhood pattern and whatnot, I think that there's ample parking if that was a concern. And as you said, the users of the building aren't likely to have as many cars as the zoning requires. I do have, I respect the architects, and they live near me as well. The stormwater concerns in this area are pretty extravagant because of the extensive parking that was put in the neighborhood. So, but I see that'll be permeable parking, and that makes me feel better. But the water rolls downhill to me from this area, so it's very personal.
Well, we're complying with all the retention. We have an underground storage system and the permeable paving as well.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just have a comment on the first criterion in the staff report, in which stated that there are not special circumstances that pertain to the structure or the land or the structure. But I'm wondering if in the past we've ever treated HDLC, considered, or properties with historically designated structures on them as having special issues, considering that HDLC is weighing in and saying that, oh, well, you can't really build higher than that structure. I just see that as counterpoint to that first criterion there. Just wanted to stick that for the record.
Matt, I'm actually glad you brought that up. That's actually just, again, BFE requirements, flood requirements, how rules are changing. I have a big problem with how, and I'm gonna get in trouble when I say this one, don't care. How some preservation rules are actually really starting to restrict how developments can occur, especially with consideration for flood mitigation items, and restricting height that only further suppresses how the vertical development can occur. I mean, it's just starting to become a pattern, and we're not acknowledging what's in front of us. So I just want to echo Matt's point.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
The motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 072-22, my motion is to approve the request for the requested waivers of Article 15, Section 15.3A1, Table 15.2, the lot area, and Article 22, Section 22.4A1, Table 22-1 for off-street vehicle and bicycle parking requirements. Based on the comments that was provided by the applicant and much of the dialogue among fellow board members, I believe that the 9 criteria have been met for both items, but I want to acknowledge where staff does reference what would be the recommended provisos. Acknowledging the 5 provisos noted by staff.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 072-22, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the commentary from today in satisfaction of establishment of the 9 criteria and subject to 5 provisos.
I had actually seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
Seconded by Commissioner Diaz. My apologies.
All of love.
Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item. Thank you. Everybody starts to sound alike in my in my ears.
Next item is BZA docket 07322. It's a request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in conjunction with subdivision docket 07622, to permit the creation of a lot with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot depth, insufficient permeable open space, and insufficient rear yard setback. The HURD2 district requires the minimum lot area of 1,800 square feet per dwelling unit. The applicant is proposing 1,164.18 square feet per dwelling unit, requiring a waiver of 635.81 square feet per dwelling unit. The minimum lot depth required is 90 feet. The applicant is proposing 61 feet, necessitating a waiver of 29 feet. The minimum permeable open space required at this site is 698.51 square feet, and the applicant is proposing 304.74 square feet. and requesting a waiver of 393.77 square feet. The rear yard setback requirement for this location is 12.2 feet. 5.771 feet is proposed, necessitating a waiver of 6.429 feet. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances fail to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the standards of variances of Article 4, Section 4.6F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality, and the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 073-22? You could come up and give your name and address for the record.
My name is Carrie Ainsley and I live at 723 Exposition Boulevard.
Did you have anything that you wish to add?
Yes, I specifically wanted to kind of hone in on the number 2, 4, 5, and 6 that they had sent to me. And I sent a picture this morning that I had gotten of basically the property at 723 Exposition Boulevard is a single family home that has no backyard. It had no permeable space. All of the other residential properties on the 700 block of Exposition Boulevard, they go all the way to the alley at the rear of the 700 block. A hardship exists that does not allow the owner of, both properties to adjust the property lines to allow a backyard at the single family residence. And for the apartments that we have at 6320 to have the same property line as the apartments next door at 735 Exposition Boulevard, so that we would essentially just be lining up what is there. The variance, once applied, will create uniform boundary lines on the official zoning map. The property line of the 9 apartments at 735 Exposition Boulevard would line with the 2 apartments at 6320 Magazine Street. The property lines of 723 Exposition Boulevard would extend to the alley like all the other properties in that 700 block of Exposition Boulevard. Presently, the lot lines on 723 when we purchased, the lot lines on 723 Exposition Boulevard were substandard in that it was a very, sorry, I'm trying to make this fast and I'm not really good at it. It was an L-shaped and shallow lot that allowed 10 feet. Since we have owned these properties, what was originally in that section that we have moved over was, and I sent a picture this morning to Valerie, was a 4-car garage with a concrete floor. It was made out of scrap metal, and it went all the way to our property line. When we purchased it, I was pregnant with my daughter and couldn't get out of the car, and my stomach would hit the rusty garage. And so in taking that garage down, what we were able to do is actually create permeable space and drainage all through not only Exposition Boulevard, but 735 and 717, because we're all poured slab foundations. And that initial garage was stopping the water from the alley because the alleyway is higher than our homes. It was just draining into our yards. And since then, we have been able to put in drains that now stop the flooding of the 3 houses, 2 on either side of ours. Magazine Street is raised, so that is not an issue for Magazine Street. And I do have a new thing for Krebs that came in this morning.
Okay, we'll get to your, if we have any more questions.
Okay.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 073-22?
Yes, I'm Michael Evans. I live at 6 Fernwood.
Hold the mic up a little bit.
In Gretna. I am Carrie's dad or the grandfather of her 2 kids. The the project that they've done, the reason they bought the property behind them was because the shed was falling apart. And Carrie has checked with every neighbor, and all the neighbors are in agreement as to what she's done with the property, because it improves their properties by removing all of the dilapidated shed and trash that was back there. Also, Krebs sent in a new survey that shows that the permeable area on the Magazine Street house is actually, I think it was 30 square feet less than what you guys would require. I can get it. Let me see. The permeable space, according to Krebs, is 665 square feet, which is 28.6% of the property. And I believe you guys require 30%. So the other thing is that L-shaped lot that she has now, or up there, is not very conducive to living. And that's the hardship, is having something that my truck won't back down when she had it before. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 073-22? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
We're all about property lines today. We're all about property lines today.
Yes.
So I'm trying to go back and look at the Sanborn maps, try to understand what happened.
I was trying to look through the packet. I was
Yeah, in the packet,
trying to
there's
walk through that process.
on page, page 22. So maybe this is a question for staff. It doesn't show a property line between the houses here on Magazine and Exposition. It's like one big lot. Just curious if you all know what the history is of the subdivisions, or if anybody's, I don't know if y'all have done any notary archive research and to see how this property got to be the shape it is.
Staff didn't note any previous subdivisions currently in the database. However, the database only goes back to probably like 2004. But it does appear at some point that parcel was re-subdivided into separate lots.
think this is kind of making the point of one of the earlier ones that, you know, if this property was subdivided at some point in the history, because there were weird buildings and things on the property and the line was picked based on an existing thing, right? That's why it's a weird, I mean, it's a strange, some strange choices were made when this was subdivided. However long ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, not that long ago. This is pretty new.
Might have been right before that.
But how wide is that little leg that goes back to the alley? Y'all know? I'm having trouble finding it in the survey, but
If you guys know that information.
if you know it, sort of the existing,
I just received a new, because I had Krebs come out because I wanted to get the official permeable space. The original, according to them, I can't read it either. I believe it was 10 feet. Now, the back of our house has a 2-car garage as well. And so with the way that alley, and we had that 10 feet, we couldn't actually turn into the garage either. So I had to park up against that metal structure, you know, that had the concrete floor. Now it's all landscaped in its yard and there's drains, you know, and we don't flood. So. I also have some text messages for my neighbors if you guys want to hear them. They all have work, so I texted them to see if they had any comments.
And Commissioner Diaz, the space that you're talking about would be along the
alley.
The L.
so there's a little alley that goes up.
Right.
There's an alley at the top of the page
Right.
here, and that little leg that goes up. But then there's also, for some reason, it dips down. Lot C comes down into Lot B. But what I suspect, looking back at the survey and looking at the aerial photos,
It was a swap.
it was all one property at some point. They subdivided it, and there were existing buildings on the site. And then looking back at the old aerials, there's that metal shed that you're referring to, and some other things that might have been why they put the property line where they did. Which, see that little shed right there? That lines up with that. So
Yeah, there was a metal shed and then like this little bitty room off of the back that was a dirt floor.
So to the, yeah, this is why we're careful about how we look at existing buildings and property lines and what this, so, I mean, yeah, I think I understand the logic now.
And it could have come from two different scenarios. The trade-off for the alley access. So that's why you almost see the L-shaped dogleg towards the bottom off of Lot C may have been a foot-for-foot swap.
Yeah.
Off of the alley condition.
Well, and there was a roof over it in the aerial.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know, it's just one of those things that this is old New Orleans, weird stuff happened. So the question is this, you know, how do we satisfy the 9 criteria to, you know, if cleaning up bound property is, I mean, there can be, I'm concerned about the size of what's left over with C1, similar to
the earlier
other
point.
one. Yeah. I'm just wondering about that. And then some of the permeability things that were raised by the staff, which I understand you've done some recalculations, but they noted them. So, yeah. Also, just another note, if you look up and down Exposition Boulevard, there's several conditions where sort of these properties that are accessed from behind with the alley and then have a dog-leg condition of some kind.
And that's why I was just the other point of that, just knowing that they had at least those through access rights. And because this is the one lot, I guess if you look at the makeup of this block, that lot B would have been the only parcel that didn't have alley access. So that's why it's also been extended. So this is also just a very different condition where historically, you're right, still what's being proposed with proposed B1 is still preserving that original development in, context. But then we do create such a small footprint on lot C.
Right. Well, then looking at it as well and looking at some of the patterns in the neighborhood, you could make an argument that C could be longer and still not.
And still address the
still
same
address the
need.
concern. Yeah.
Right. But I think at least just based off of what we're talking about and how that alley condition exists and the access to that right of way, at least addresses criteria A, just with the, as well as 3. It just comes back to 7 and 9. So just if I'll just ask the applicant, you did start to speak to this earlier, but just want to hone in a little bit more on the property regulations will not result in a demonstrative hardship. Can you speak to that criteria a little bit further?
That it will not.
Basically demonstrate that this does not, that this would create a hardship for you.
Oh, well, yes, because we have absolutely, our garage is on the alley side for 723 Exposition. There is there's no way to get into it or have use of it at all with that quick, left that right, excuse me, that you've got to make. In addition to that, the alleyway is about 4 feet higher than our poured slab foundation. Also, the house on the corner has a poured slab foundation. The house next to us on the left side has a poured slab foundation. And so in taking down that garage that was made of scrap metal that had a concrete floor, we were able to create green space and put in drainage that goes out to Exposition. And in fact, one of my neighbors sent me the text. She lives at 735 Exposition. And in her text mentions the fact that Magazine Street in front of her place doesn't flood as much as it did before because we've mitigated that water through the channel drains and drains that we've added on either side of the house.
So I'm just trying to make sure I come back to just more to what the specific question was.
Okay.
So, and speaking strictly to the hardship question, what you alluded to a minute ago was there's changes in elevation or change in grade points that cause a condition that access still can't be preserved to the alley. That's what I understood, correct?
That access can't be, well, we can't pull a car in to that space. But then in addition to that, the house itself is lower than the alley. So the alley is about 4 feet higher. And so in adding all of that drainage, we're able to then save our house, the 2 houses on the other side of us. The Magazine is raised.
So this at least helps to demonstrate why the proposal is being contemplated, but
Well, it would create a hardship in that our first floor would flood basically every time it rained.
I think what I'm struggling with, and I don't know how this works with property lines versus architecture.
Correct.
Like, it's very clear if it's a building on the site and we're trying to understand, like, I see other opportunities in the design, right? So I see another opportunity in how to subdivide this. I guess that's where I'm saying. So I feel like you could take that, and we're looking at the right one. You could extend that purple thing 20 feet or so into the B1 property and still maintain access to the garage and to the porch and all that stuff, and make a site that fits more with it's more developable, right? It's an 80-foot lot instead of a 60-foot lot, or a 85-foot lot, or even a 90-foot lot, and you would still have access to the back of the building. You'd have that driveway. Yes, the yard would be for the other property, but it would be more in keeping with the scale of a New Orleans parcel.
If I
think
may.
that's what I'm struggling with.
If I may. Mr. Diaz, in doing that, we would actually have no permeable space on Exposition Boulevard at all. Because Exposition, when we purchased it, did not have permeable space. We only have, if you can see at the bottom on the Exposition Boulevard side, the only permeable space that we have, if that were to take place, would be where the front of the house ends and just along the right side.
Okay, so
Everything
I'm gonna
else,
separate the issues because that's
Two different.
that's a land cover issue about the building. I'm talking about
Right.
just property lines.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about development patterns in the neighborhood
okay.
and having a lot that's 60 foot deep. You know,
Mhm.
if something happened to that building, the one that's there now, let's say there was somebody wanted to develop it or do something differently if you sell it. It's a very difficult lot to work with. And I think that's where and that was the discussion, the previous land use one was, or the sort of property line thing is that you're making a very substandard lot and then you're making another lot into an extra large lot that maybe it does also fit in with the context, but there's lots of examples in the neighborhood where you have a little dog leg access for a driveway into the Exposition Boulevard side. So what I'm saying is there's another diagram here that could be explored where you extend that purple 25 feet over into the B1 space. So the C1 would grow by 25 feet, which would actually be much more in alignment with the sort of standards in the neighborhood for a lot of this size. So I think that's where I'm struggling a little bit because I see an opportunity that would be more closely aligned with the intent of
The bulking yard
yeah,
requirements.
bulk and yard
So
requirements,
you're
yeah.
saying to bring C1 straight back into the brown area, just kind of straight back about half of that space, you said about 20.
Right, so that would then
I'm just
allow.
trying to see it,
Yeah,
you know, I'm-
exactly. So that would allow the Magazine Street property actually have a rear yard. Because
Got
right
it.
now there's no yard. You'd end up with little tiny alley back there, which, yeah.
If I may. We did ask the city at one point to actually demolish Magazine Street because we wanted to, with having our kids, we wanted to put a pool there and have it away from where they would drown. And we were denied that. And so what we ended up doing was just lining it up with the apartment next to it to go all the way straight across. And we redid the facade of the house to maintain its historic look. We've kept everything. Also moving that the lot in the way that you are suggesting would interfere with the drainage that we've put in. So it would affect the house on Exposition, a house on the corner of Magazine and Exposition, and the house at 717 Exposition.
Once again, that can be addressed with land. This is a property line issue that kind of is beyond the actual development of the site, right? The surface that's there and all that can be addressed. That you're asking for us to change the lot lines.
Yeah,
So
and
that,
we have,
that I'm kind of ignoring the what's on the land when I'm looking at that.
Right.
Because you do have a big green space. I mean, I'm trying to split the difference here that
Right.
you need access to the alley. You have a building on the front, and the C1 property could extend back a little bit and would not adversely impact the property on
we have been using it this way for 10 years, just if that's of any note, with no complaints from our neighbors, with actually support from them.
I guess you own both properties, so you're using them as one.
Right.
If you
No, I'm not using them as one. I rent the
okay,
duplex,
you own
and
you're-
then
you've got the property lines you're using the backyard of the lot B, right? The lot B and the lot C, you've got that green space now.
I'm using it as shown on the right. And
Yes,
have been
exactly. Yeah. So
for
my
10 years.
my
yeah.
point is, if you sell this property now, it's going to change. That's where we look at the 9 criteria. Like, how does it meet the 9 criteria? If there's other options out there that are not having as much benefit, I think that's where I'm having a little challenge here.
So to his point, I think where the disconnect is, we understand how you're trying to address how you're dealing with the massing, how you're dealing with permeability, everything else. That's one component. But what we're still primarily looking at is just the reconfiguration of the lot and how the lot is going to be used on the road. So I think you guys were in here for pretty much the entire meeting. We had the item earlier where this very similar condition came up. There's the decision to modify it based off of how it's currently proposed to be used or how it may be currently being used. Versus if we make a decision, this stays with the land, and let's say someone comes behind you and sells that property. There's a much larger fiduciary gain on how the lot has been reconfigured. So if we're gonna look at it purely through the lens of resolving access through either lot C or lot B, there's ways to look at how you increase the alley access component of the lot to preserve and protect what you're trying to achieve. Then there's the other side of how do we still protect the development rights of lot C so it still meets at least the minimum requirements for it to be a lot on its own. That would you concur with that, Commissioner Diaz, in terms of how we're trying to view this through a certain lens? Again, you're using both properties and you can continue to use it the way you're using it right now without moving the property line. But we understand you're trying to get to certain remedies along the way, and that's also part of why you're trying to move that property line. But there may be a form of resolution out there where you could look at how to split the baby between where the proposed lot C dimension is going to be used so that we still meet some of the base requirements for bulk and yard, but still preserve and provide the access that you're looking to preserve either from the alley or even for lot C from Magazine. So maybe consider a deferral of a month or two to look at the lot configuration and see if there's a way to balance out between the two dimensions. I think that ultimately, we understand where you're coming from to try to get to the point of resolution. I think just drawing a hard line on lot B straight back to the alley is not necessarily the pure answer. There may be some blended concept, an adaptation of how lot C is configured with a shorter depth of lot coming along the alley side. That may be the solution for you to get this resolved.
So I would not have a backyard for my 8 and 10-year-olds. That's not considered.
Well, if you own both properties and you're using
use
them,
it.
then that doesn't change the condition. What we're talking about is if something happens to that lot C and it gets, sold or whatever, yeah, I think we're saying exactly that. So what we're recommending is that you defer and take 30 days or 60 days to work with staff and maybe a professional to think about how else to, look at this lot in terms of making it fit in with the neighborhood more, in terms of looking at other examples in the neighborhood, how people get to those alleys, and find a balance. Because right now what I'm seeing is the B1 property becomes very valuable, and that makes the 9 criteria very impossible to meet. So.
Well, it just creates a situation where that C property, the next person that would own it now has a situation where it's severely diminished to the benefit of only the other property.
Exactly.
In layman's terms.
Okay, so defer for a month, is that?
If you're gonna make changes to the plans to give you enough time to have everything submitted for staff approval to meet the deadlines, 60-day deferral would probably be necessary because you may not have enough time to get everything in before the deadlines for next month's meeting. So it would be more beneficial to probably defer to the December meeting.
Okay. Is there a compromise that we could come to today, or is that would?
Otherwise we would just be making a decision on what we have before us today, as opposed to if there's something different that's brought to us to consider. Otherwise, we would be deciding just based on what we're seeing right now.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Yeah, in regards to docket 7322, I move to defer for, do we say 60 days? 60 days to allow the property owner to review the plans and work to find another option.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 073-22, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James to defer the matter 60 days. Vote your screens. Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 7422 for property located at 7319 Downman Road. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 14, Section 14.3A1, Table 14-2, Article 14, Section 14.3B1A, and Article 22, Section 22.8D of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a carryout restaurant with insufficient lot area, insufficient lot depth, the primary entrance not oriented to the street, and a parking area designated so that the driver of the vehicle backs out into traffic rather than proceeds forward. During the course of the staff's review, staff determined that there were some discrepancies between the provided survey and site plan and requested that the applicant revise the plans to be consistent, as that could trigger the need for additional waivers. Based on that, staff is recommending a 30-day deferral to the November 7th meeting.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 074-22? Is there anyone here in support of BZA docket 074-22? Anyone here in opposition? Is there questions from the board? Sorry. Is there a motion?
In regards to docket 7422, I move to defer for 30 days at the applicant's request.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Eggins to defer the matter 30 days. Vote your machines. Motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with new business for safety and permits decision appeals. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for decision appeals?
Rules and procedures for public hearings, appeals of decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The following procedures shall be observed during the appeal hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The representative of the Department of Safety and Permits shall present to the board the decision which is under appeal, the relevant code sections relating to the appeal, and any information explaining the department's decision. The applicant or representative will speak next. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 15 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 5 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments has the power to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative officer in the enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The board also has the power to hear and determine appeals from applicants who have been refused a building permit because of a violation or conflict with the zoning ordinance or the official map of the city. The applicant's appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustments is governed by Section 5-408 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter.
Next up is item 19, docket number BZA 075-22, 2372 Constant Street. BZA docket 075-22 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the issuance of zoning interpretation memorandum Z-22-04 and the reversal of the NCU determination number 22-0489, which resulted in the mooting of BZA 048-22 and the retainment of the property's legal nonconforming status as a convenience store with low content alcoholic beverage sales.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Kindle, the zoning administrator, and I'm representing the Department of Safety and Permits. Relative to 2372 Constant Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of zoning interpretation memo Z-2204 and the reversal of NCU determination number 22-0489, which resulted in the mooting of BZA 048-22 and the retainment of the property's legal nonconforming use status as a convenience store with low content alcoholic beverage sales. The subject property, 2372 Constant Street, is the location of a retail goods establishment with an alcoholic beverage outlet license for the sale of packaged alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption for low content alcohol only. The subject property is located in the HU RD2 two-family residential district where both the retail store and ABO are prohibited uses. Therefore, this business is a non-conforming use. The subject of this appeal is if the non-conforming use has been maintained. This non-conforming use history goes back over 3 years and is complex, so we will go through a timeline associated with the non-conforming use at this location. From at least June 12th, 2003 to January 2nd, 2019, St. Vincent Supermarket operated a grocery store with an ABO for off-premise beer sales. January 3rd, 2019, the structure at 2372 Constant Street was damaged by fire. September 11th, 2019, the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits approved a non-conforming use determination, finding that the structure was legally operating prior to the fire. In accordance with CZO 25-3D, in the event of force majeure, such as a fire, the property owner has 1 year to apply for a restoration permit, which would be by January 3rd, 2022, in 1 year from the date that the permit is issued to complete the restoration. December 30th, 2019, the property owner applies for building permit 19-70570 RNBS to renovate the damaged structure. March 10th, 2022, building permit 19-70570 RNBS is issued. The property owner has until March 10th, 2021 to complete the renovation. March 15th, 2021, the Board of Zoning Adjustments approves BZA 2721, which provides a 1-year extension of the deadline to complete the renovations. The new deadline to restore the structure is now March 10th, 2022. On July 28th, 2021, the certificate of occupancy for permit 19-70570 RNBS is issued, and the restoration is complete prior to the March 10th, 2022 deadline. In accordance with CZO 25.3.C.1, a non-conforming use is deemed abandoned after 180 days. The deadline to reestablish the use is January 24th, 2022. On February 14th, 2022, the business owner applies for an occupational license for a convenience store for Birdie's on Constance LLC, DBA Birdie's Food and Fuel. March 2nd, 2022, the business owner applies for an ABO license for Birdie's on Constance LLC, DBA Birdie's Food and Fuel. On April 14th, 2022, the Director of Department of Safety and Permits determines that the non-conforming use status has been lost for this location because they did not apply for a license to reestablish the use by the January 24th, 2022 deadline. On May 26, 2022, the property owner appealed the denial of this non-conforming use determination to the BZA. June 27, 2022, in response to Act 699 of the 2022 Louisiana Regular Legislative Session, the Director of Department of Safety and Permits issued zoning interpretation memo Z22-04, which states that the 180-day clock for a non-conforming use is paused from March 11, 2020 through March 16, 2022. Uses that cease during this time period would have to resume by September 12, 2022 to maintain their non-conforming use status. July 11, 2022, the Board of Zoning Adjustments did not act on BZA 4822 because the appeal was rendered moot by zoning interpretation memo Z22-04 as a non-conforming use was not lost on January 24, 2022. The new deadline to reestablish the use is September 12th, 2022. July 14th, 2022, the zoning administrator emailed the neighbor, Richard Hebert, the appellant in this case, to inform him why BZA 4822 was rendered moot and to give him an opportunity to appeal that decision. August 8th, 2022, Richard Hebert submits an appeal application to the Board of Zoning Adjustments that the non-conforming use status for 2372 Constant Street has not been maintained. September 12th, 2022, the occupational license and ABO license were issued for Birdie's on Constance LLC, DBA Birdie's Food and Fuel. The use was reestablished on the date of the deadline. And then finally, October 3rd, 2022, we're here today for, for this hearing. In this case, the structure that contained the non-conforming use was damaged by fire and is subject to the regulations in CZO 25.3 D2. The property owner applied for a restoration permit within 1 year. The permit was issued, and then the property owner received a 1-year extension from the 1-year deadline and completed the restoration on July 28th, 2021, which was prior to the March 10th, 2022 deadline to complete the restoration of the structure. After the restoration was completed, the property owner had 180 days to restore the use in accordance with CZO 25.3C1. The calculation of this 100-day abandonment period would start after the completion of the restoration permit. This is in accordance with CZO 25.3C2, which states the calculation period of discontinuance does not include any period of discontinuance caused by state of emergency, force majeure, or acts of public enemy. That would give the property owner 180 days from July 28th, 2021, which would make the deadline to restore the use January 24th, 2022. The property owner did not meet this deadline. However, Act number 699 of the 2022 regular Louisiana legislative session changed how the 180-day abandonment period is calculated. Act number 699 paused the 180-day clock between March 11, 2020 and March 16th, 2022. The zoning interpretation memo, which the department issued, Z2204, explains how to calculate the abandonment period in light of Act number 699. For 2372 Constant Street, the structure was restored on July 28th, 2021, which was during the time where the abandonment clock was paused. Therefore, the 180-day clock did not start until March 17th, 2022. So the property owner had until September 12th, 2022 to restore the use. This was a justification for the written decision, which was appealed. Since the appeal was made, the September 12th, 2022 deadline has passed and the business was restored on that date. Therefore, the non-conforming use has been legally maintained and restored in accordance with CZO 25.3D, CZO 25.3C, Act number 69 or 699 of the 2020 regular session, and zoning interpretation memo Z22-04. For the reasons stated in the report, the department's decision should be upheld. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for the decision appeal, docket 075-22?
Hello, my name is Richard Abear. I live at 1015 First Street. There are probably 3 properties between myself and the store. I wanted to note that when the meeting packet was put together, the original appeal was not included last Wednesday, but the staff quickly corrected that and it was put in Thursday. I just say that because it seems like reading the summary, it doesn't necessarily address the points we raise. You know, it goes through a recitation of what's happened, but it doesn't get into the point. So I'm going to try to get into the weeds, maybe this time of year, October, little inside baseball, better reference. And I know that's what y'all do all the time. So let me just say, we allege a number of mistakes in our appeal by the director and begin with this. The application of the law, Act 699, is interpreted by zoning interpretation memorandum Z2204 is incorrect, we believe, as applied to the property at 2372 Constant Street and the consideration of non-conforming status. On April 14th, the director of the Department of Safety and Permits determined, as Nick Kendall said, that 2372 Constant Street had not retained non-conforming status under the provisions of the CZO or the applicable state statutes. Newly passed Act 699 does not apply to the current situation, and the director's determination should be accepted, denying non-conforming status to the property. A couple legal citations that I think are relevant regarding this is a citation from the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has noted that, quote, since a non-conforming use is inconsistent with the purpose of zoning ordinances, decisions regarding such status should be viewed narrowly with all doubt resolved against continuation or expansion of the non-conforming use, unquote. This is in the case Williams v. Parish of St. Bernard. Further, Louisiana Civil Code Article 9 states, quote, when a law is clear and unambiguous and its application does not lead to absurd consequences, the law shall be applied as written and no further interpretation may be made in search of the intent of the legislation, unquote. Note that Act 699 states, and this is the crux of the matter, that a municipality, quote, shall not allow and shall not cause any building or land to lose its non-conforming use status because during March 11, 2020 through March 16, 2022, it is temporarily vacant or operations normally carried out in such building or on such land have temporarily discontinued, unquote. Implicit in the law is that an affected building was occupied and operating normally going into the relevant time period. 2372 Constance was neither occupied nor operating going into the time period. Clearly and unambiguously revised statute 334882 as revised by Act 699 is only triggered when the cause of non-conforming status being lost is a temporary vacancy. The director's April 14th determination that the property had not retained legal non-conforming status is not based on the property being vacant. There was no operation at the location to be vacant or not, and Act 699 does not apply to this property. On another matter, while Act 699 has the stipulations noted earlier, zoning interpretation memorandum Z2204 by the city only states that Act 699 amends revised statute to quote, stay the expiration of uses, unquote. During the noted period, zoning memorandum Z2204 as written is a mistake or incorrect in that it overbroadly and inaccurately interprets Act 699. The act does not stay expiration of all non-conforming uses, but only those that meet the requirements of Act 699. Another instance of a mistake was to not conduct an actual determination before overturning the April 14th decision of the director. On the city website, a review and report are required for non-conforming use determination. This per departmental policy memorandum dated March 3rd, 2017, which we included in part 2 of our submission. It was a mistake not to undertake that review and report in determining to overturn the non-conforming use determination when mooting the previous appeal. Even with Act 699, had the required policies and procedures been followed as required by the departmental memo of March 7, 2017 during a review of the non-conforming use status, it would have likely been determined that legal status was lost March 25th, 2022. This board gave a 1-year extension on this property on March 25th, 2021, based on Article 25, Section 25.3D. Part 2 of that article states, quote, in no event shall the Board of Zoning Adjustments extension be greater than 1 year. I'd just like to submit this to the record. These people noted on this plan in red or opposed. This is a change from what's been submitted to you. One neighbor changed their mind, so I've documented that on here, and I'd like to submit this if you're willing to accept it. But again, I wanted to make note of that change.
I just wanted to note that that was the end of your time, Mr. Abear.
Yes, thank you.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Good afternoon. My name is Bridget Abear. I live at 1015 First Street, and I'm against the store being open because this particular location should not be open because it was not an operating at this location at all until late September, after the September 12th deadline. They were not open then, and they opened a week later. This location missed multiple deadlines to open for the last 3.5 years and lost the non-conforming use status. When the zoning administrator mooted the loss of non-conforming use and allowed the store to open, it was wrong in doing so. This is because the company in question, Birdie's, was never opened at this location. Because it was never operating at this location, it never had to shut down because of a hurricane, pandemic, or the city hall hack. It never existed at this location ever. There was nothing there for 3.5 years except for an empty shell of a building. There were no walls, no floors, nothing except for the 4 external walls. Therefore, Act 699 should not apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Electronic devices. Okay, I think I've got it. My name is Adolfo Lopez. I live at 2374 Laurel Street, about a block away from the proposed store. I'm not going to go into the technical matters because there are people who are more versed in that. I'm going to give you some of the other thoughts of, especially those neighbors who are against having this store show up where it is. My understanding is that you were taking that into account as well. You want more?
Make sure you pull the mic up and speak.
Closer?
There you
Louder? Okay. We've had 3.5 years without all the problems such as loitering, double parking, large delivery truck parking, excessive noise, music at all hours, and trash strewn around the neighborhood previously associated with the store at this location. And what is this store, really? I was down the hallway looking for something to eat, and I was looking at a vending machine, And you know how in the vending machine, there's always, there's the rest of the junk and there's this little packet of trail mix and nuts and stuff like that. That's what this store is on that corner. It's a big vending machine just dropped into the middle of a nice neighborhood. And it is not a mom and pop store of our yesteryear and of our memories as kids. And I've been living in this city for a long time and remember those. These are corporate run convenience stores. They carry a few staples like milk and bread. That's like the little package in the vending machine. They primarily sell junk food, cigarettes, lotto, and liquor. That's what they do. That's what they do best. And that's what it's going to do if it's allowed to open. It's not needed. The Irish Channel residents have lots of shopping options around with these items and more. They can go to Stein's Deli, they can go to Jewel Food Store, Discount Zone, Gas, Shell Station, Bromart, very close, within a couple of blocks. And speaking about those mom and pop stores, like I said, that's not what this is. These are now run by corporate entities, Birdie's Food and Fuel. There's no fuel there, by the way, unless they're going to put up a gas station. They have no stake in the neighborhood. There is nobody to talk to if there's a problem. And this is supposed to be a liquor and items consumed off site. That's not what happens. People come, they park, they consume liquor, they play the radio, they stay there. I mean, that's the history because we have lived there and we know what it is. But who's to complain to? The poor guy, poor woman who's working behind the counter, works for Birdie's, maybe for minimum wage, and say, what's the problem? So what am I supposed to do? Maybe we can talk to the owner and say, but it's a corporate run entity. They can do what they want. They have no investment in the neighborhood, none at all. It's just a convenience store dropped in from out of nowhere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Hello, I'm Joel Moak. I live at 2350 Constance, about 4 doors down from the corner grocery. I've lived there since 1980. And whatever's decided here today, I have to live with. And I don't want a store. I've had problems in the past with trash, with liquor, bottles. Nothing but a nuisance. In my years there, I've never been in the store. And most of my neighbors shop at grocery stores. They don't use a Florida grocery for snacks and paper. I ask you to consider the neighborhood and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Hello. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, board members. My name is Marcia Wally at 2374 Laurel. I support the appeal to deny non-conforming use at 2372 Constance for the following reasons. 1, Act 699 specifies between March 2020 and March 2022, quote, "It is temporarily vacant or operations normally carried on in such building or on such land have been temporarily discontinued," end quote. When the determination based on Act 699 was made to reinstate NCU, the store had ceased to exist since January 3rd, 2019, over 3 years ago, because much of it was destroyed by the fire and remained unoccupied. I don't see how this falls under the definition of temporary. It appears too, number 2, it appears that the city may have been led to believe that the store was opened on September 12th. In fact, the photos of the store on September 12th included in part 3 of Mr. Hebert's appeal was nowhere near to being open for business. 3, lastly, the homepage of safety and permits specifies, quote, NCUs are contrary to the principles of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, end quote. According to section 25.3.a of the CZO, it requires the Department of Safety and Permits to view claims of legal non-conforming status narrowly and to, quote, have all doubts resolved against the continuation or expansion of nonconformities in order to preserve the property rights of adjacent, I want to repeat that, the adjacent property owners, end quote. Therefore, this is about the quality of life for people who live near the store, and the CZO was written to protect those people. Mr. Abear's map shows those opposed and adjacent to the building who live nearby. And now they have installed burglar bars. This will significantly compromise the property values of those adjacent homeowners. I think that the well-intentioned people who are in support of the store do not realize that this is not a traditional mom and pop corner store. Birdie's Food and Fuel, an incorporated chain of 25 gas stations and convenience stores, has leased the property. For the legal reasons that Mr. Abear has cited in his submitted documents and for the issues raised by other people and myself, I respectfully urge the board to return the property to residential zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Miranda, and I live at 2349 Constant Street, which is right across the street from the store. I've lived in my house. I'm third generation living there, and have gone through many changes in the mom and pop store to some real horrendous conditions that came later. The store burned, and we had 3.5 years of relief. And it seems to me that this store didn't meet any deadlines. We don't need this store. And I would just finally like to say to you, would you want a convenience store across the street from you that is not needed in a residential area? Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 075-22? Anyone here in opposition to the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Yes, I'm going to speak out with the ownership group of Coot LLC, who I believe this appeal is filed against. So out of respect for your time, we'll speak as a single entity. So we're the members of Coot LLC. I'm Joel Ross. I live at 1436th Street.
I'm Ramsey Marcello, 2412 Laurel.
Dan Favor, 2011 St. Cloud Avenue.
So this project for us as owners started as a way to protect non-conforming uses in the city. The building has been a continuously operating corner store since the day it was built. We know this from the architecture. We know this from the Sanborns. These historic uses certainly contribute to the quality of life here in New Orleans. And we saw the fire at this building in 2019, and we knew that it could be in jeopardy of losing its non-conforming use. And so we put together this team and we bought it with the intention of working within the zoning laws to bring back exactly what was there before. And yeah, to us, these non-conforming uses are important to maintain over the alternative of a high-price flipper house in a corner store that doesn't necessarily, work for housing or a short-term rental or something like that. So this project is a labor of love for us. Furthermore, Ramsey and I are both neighbors of the property. Ramsey within 330 feet and me within 9 blocks. We followed all of the laws of the city from day one. We worked very closely with the Department of Safety and Permits, with the zoning department, city planning, the Department of Health and Hospitals, the state fire marshal, and the Bureau of Revenue. It doesn't make sense to overthrow all of the work we've done within the legal framework of the city and state, especially at this point, well beyond the 11th hour when we're open and operating. I believe the applicant, Richard Hebert, has built a real straw man argument where he is intentionally throwing out anything he can think of and then trying to see what can stick. In essence, trying to be confusing and hoping that the confusion will result in us losing a business license. Frankly, I'm a little surprised that his appeal application was also not rendered moot, but I don't really think he has a leg to stand on here. Our team of owners and architects and operator, Birdies, has been transparent and have worked with the city since the day we visited in September of 2019 to get that non-conforming use letter. And we've been here and been available the entire time. I haven't heard anything from the neighbors until I found out about this appeal. Ramsey is the president of the Irish Channel Neighborhood Association, or former president. So, you know, there's been plenty of time to air this out. And it wasn't until, you know, we were operating until I really heard about this appeal. And the picture that's been painted, it's not the entire neighborhood that's against this project. It's in a couple of days spent walking around the neighborhood, we were able to collect 120 signatures in time spent sitting outside of the store. People have come up and been really excited and supportive of the store. And yeah, I want to be clear, we've faced a ton of obstacles. I mean, we presented and got our extension to this board, you know, a year ago plus. And you know, the past couple of years, as you guys know, have been anything but business as usual. Hurdles we faced included cyber attack, COVID, supply chain issues that's caused, Hurricane Ida and its aftermath. You name it, it happened to us on this project. It did take us time to finish this project as landlords, and then our operator was decimated by Hurricane Ida. His house and his stores in St. Charles Parish were all destroyed. And House Bill 699, a state law, offered a solution for projects like ours. And that legislation was put into effect and allowed us the time we needed to get open, which we did. So please deny this unfounded appeal and allow this small business to continue operating. Shutting down a legally operating small business seems like a bad precedent, and overturning a state law that applies to all non-conforming uses throughout the state to apply to a single parcel and a single project also seems like a bad precedent. We agree that the department's decisions, memos, and memorandums should be upheld.
And I'd also like to talk about the investment in the neighborhood. One of the people talked about earlier, I live around the corner. I bought the building because it was a corner store, and it made me very upset that I couldn't get something to drink late at night or anything like that. I could walk a block to it. That's why I brought my friends in to bring the store back. And, you know, I walked around the neighborhood getting signatures when I found out other people had gotten signatures. And I felt like I only was told no once from anyone. I actually knocked on their door and answered the door. So I think it's the red graph doesn't look at the whole block face coming down first as well either. Every single neighbor I went to there was in support of it. Everyone on my block on Laurel was in support of it. I think it's just a few people that are against this. And I hope you look at the laws that we followed and the way we, you know, if anyone has any concerns, they can easily text me. If anything's bothering them, I live a block away, and we found the operator because we really like the way he runs things. He's very accountable. He cares about every business. He makes his family employed at the business. We think that's very admirable and something that we want this mom and pop store to continue being, because it was a corner store for previous years and currently is open. You can go there now and get whatever you'd like.
Is that the end of your comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here in opposition to the applicant for BZA docket 075-22?
Good afternoon, board. My name is Mohammed Nabu. I'm actually the owner of Birdie's Food and Fuel. We're not an out-of-state corporate entity. I'm actually a high school graduate from West Jeff High School, graduated from University of New Orleans, started this business August of 2005. We have a total of 32 locations. We recently actually acquired the Circle K on Magazine, the Circle K on South Claiborne. We totally revamped those two locations, and our customers are a lot happier with the type of product that we're able to offer. Just to kind of give you a background of what we do, clean up sites. We're in the fuel business, but we're also in the convenience store business. and we have a clean track record from ATC to local and state governments. We have never had any issues with the ATC at all. We do big community involvement. We just hooked up with Son of a Saint for local New Orleans, or actually Orleans Parish community. So what we could give back, we do softball, football in St. Charles Parish, Jefferson, Gretna, that's some of our stores. We expand, we have a footprint pretty much from the Bayou parishes to Gretna to Jefferson to Metairie, and we're trying to expand obviously in Orleans Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 075-22? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
I hope I'm being clear. That's my intent. We're happy to be here. The previous opportunity, the previous appeal had been mooted. There've been a number of instances where we feel like the proper notice wasn't made. In this case, as an example, the notice closest to all of our houses was taken down at some point. The way we learned about this was a posting of ATC notice that they were going to try to sell liquor, wine, and beer, even though they had pledged, the owner had pledged to the city that they would sell beer only. And that was referenced in the documents that they put together with the zoning administrator, that was the history of the place. So that caught our attention. We contacted the ATC. We learned that there was only ever a beer license here, although the previous operator had sold wine. I mentioned before the year extension you gave them, which ended, as I understand it, working with Emily Hernandez, talking to her staff member. That was filed March 25th, 2021. So that would have ended March 25th, 2022. And that is outside the date of the Act 699. So even if you don't accept our arguments, which I think are fine arguments, if the zoning administrator looked at it again, it would have expired March 25th, 2029. Yeah, we're here, as they said, there were a lot of problems with the place. Stacy Head at one point had stepped in to help us address drug sales on the corner. Council member Cantrell, back in the day when she was a district council person, had stepped in when people were drinking on site, outside the building, things sold there, and it was essentially a bar. She paid them a visit. She told us she would do, and those problems went away. So we don't want to have to go to council members and boards and committees in City Hall every time there's a problem. Currently, there's trash cans out on the street for the property that, if you look at the zoning administrator, the one-stop site, there's supposed to be a trash plan to deal with trash, which is not having it on the street constantly. I'll say the people on our plan and our petition are in large part within 2 blocks. We have 50 people, 49 with the one I mentioned that's no longer on our side. They're right there. They deal with all these problems every day, to the point of this becoming a high-priced property. The owners certainly have a hand in that. Obviously, it's none of us, none of the neighbors. They choose how that works. We see the summary saying that it was open on the 12th as a mistake. While certain things were done on the 12th, the photos we submitted in our part 3 of our appeal show no reasonable person would say that this was open. There's nothing on the shelves. It wasn't open for business. I'll just say that I'd love to be coming here to advocate for something. I'd love to be here for some portion that would be relevant to you of reinventing the Crescent and having that on both sides of the river, up and down the river. There was a planning process by the Friends of New Orleans Library after Katrina that had a library in the intersection of the Lower Garden District and Irish Channel that a lot of the neighbors fought for. And I'd love to be here advocating for that. It was supposed to be built by 2010, I believe. So fingers crossed. But sometimes you have to show up and be against something. Sometimes the board has to be against something. because there are any number of instances where this just missed the boat. But really, we're all here for quality of life. We're here for harmony. We're here for, all the things that are outlined when you're trying to get rid of spot zoning. We don't need this. We have Nick's if we need to go get a beer or a soda. We have Nick's on Washington. We have Discount Zone, which is a gas station at the corner of Magazine and Washington. We have Shell at Jackson and Washington. Again, 2 gas stations. This proposed use, currently temporarily open with a 30-day license, is a gas station without the gas. We don't need gas stations every 2 blocks. We really don't need this. Just like to lastly thank the BZA staff, the CPC staff, and the whole zoning administrator's office, Nick Kendall and Wheeler Manishari. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Just had a couple questions, Mr. Kendall, with some of the comments that were brought up, and the timeline was definitely super helpful to understand how everything has played out. One thing I did want to ask about was there was some questions around the interpretation of Act 699 of the legislative session. Sorry, getting tongue-tied. And just to clarify, the department issued a zoning interpretation memo in response to that act. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that interpretation memo is what indicated that the 180-day clock for non-conforming uses would be paused from March 11th, 2020 through March 16th, 2022. And uses that ceased during that time period would have to resume by September 12th, 2022. And so whether or not there's discussion on the correct interpretation of Act 699 by the neighbors, if there was a challenge to what the department had done in their interpretation, there would have been an appeal to that zoning interpretation.
Yes, that is correct. The zoning interpretation memo was our way to kind of explain Act 699 and the implications on the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
Okay. And in terms of the steps that the property owner took after that zoning interpretation memo, the occupational license and ABO licenses were issued on September 12th, which was the last day that they could have been. And issuance of the license is what reestablishes use.
Issuance of the license, I would say, is part of what reestablishes use, but they also have to use the property in the manner in which it was licensed. And so, yeah, it's not just okay that we issue the license on that date. They have to actually open and operate. We did receive a receipt from the business owner showing that they made a sale on that date. We do have that evidence. I don't believe I included it in the packet, but if this is deferred, I can resubmit that. But
all indications from the department was that use was reestablished by September 12th.
Yes, that is correct. And to, I guess, maybe get a little bit in the weeds, like that date hadn't come about yet when this appeal was submitted. So it really technically wasn't part of the appeal. I just wanted to mention, since that deadline had passed, since the time we prepared the report and when the appeal was issued.
Fair. I was just realizing as I was saying that. And I know one of the neighbors, because I don't want to just sound, I mean, I'm asking questions and I always apologize because it's the professional hazard that I always sound like I'm questioning witnesses, but I apologize for that. But I wanted to make sure, because a couple of the neighbors have indicated that they feel as though this is their only recourse. But if there is any type of dispute, I know some of the claims that have been made are not really relevant to our consideration, but should there be any complaints regarding the use or operation of the business, there are still appeals that could be made to the ABO board or any other entity in terms of noise or any violations as it relates to the operation of the business.
Yes, that is correct. We're just here related to the established or the written decision that we had made that the non-conforming use status for this business had not been lost. Because this wasn't part of the appeal, actually them being open and operating on September 12th, I think is something else that could probably be subject to further appeal if the neighbors don't think they were actually open and operating at that date, as well as, yes, you're right, any sort of concerns with violating any part of the ABO ordinance or any quality of life issues related to this business can always be addressed, at future times if those issues do come up.
And you already answered my last question, was that if there was a challenge of the actual open and operation by September 12th, that would be a separate appeal that could be lodged.
Yes, that is correct, because when this was appealed, that date hadn't even come about yet, so it wouldn't be like eligible, I guess, or ripe, or I don't want to use legal terms incorrectly since I'm not an attorney, but yeah, like that is something I think that could warrant further appeal and consideration.
Okay. That was the only questions that I had. I don't know if the board members had any others. And I just wanted to make sure that it was clear for the record. It may have been clear for everybody else, but just wanted to ask the questions just to make sure that it was clearly put on the record. I'm sorry, sir, but you can't talk from the audience. Are there any other questions, board members?
Madam Chair, is the motion in order?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, proceed.
Partner with docket BZA 07522, based on the evidence provided by the report, I move to deny the appeal and withhold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding there was no error in the interpretation of the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 075-22, it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner James, to uphold the decision of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision and denying the appeal. Vote your screens. The motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with new business for any other matters. Item 20, consideration adoption of the 2023 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting schedule. Annually at the board's regularly scheduled November or December meeting, the board shall adopt a docketing schedule for the following year for all items requiring public hearings and action taken by the board. This schedule shall establish docket deadlines for submittal of written documents related to an item before the board, deadlines for distribution of staff reports to the board and to the public hearing dates, and resolution deadlines. A copy of the schedule shall be posted on the City Planning Commission's website. Would the board consider a suspension of the rules to defer the 2023 schedule outside of the November and December meetings?
Just as a quick, we actually don't need to suspend the rules to defer. We just need to defer.
So the motion of deferral for 1 month.
Second. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to defer this matter. Is it just to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Vote your machines. Tamara, just hit the second.
There you go.
The motion carries. Next item.
We will now begin with unfinished business regarding any other matters. Consideration election of officers. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the election of officers annually at the first meeting on or after July 1st of each year. The board shall elect from its members a chair and a vice chair as it shall deem necessary and proper. The chair and vice chair shall serve until June 30th of the following year or until their successors have been elected and qualified and may, if duly elected by the members, succeed themselves.
Crickets, crickets.
Is there a motion?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I make the motion to keep our fierce leadership on board. Anything else I need to say?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Diaz to,
It's Commissioner Rufo.
Sorry,
It's a
people.
long day.
Second by Commissioner Rufo to maintain Commissioner Forrest as the chair and Commissioner James as the vice chair.
I feel like I'm being voluntold.
Yeah, it happens.
That happened.
Vote your screen. Vote your screens. And the motion carries. I just want to take a quick minute to just say thank you. As much as we joke about it, we don't take, well, I can't speak for Mr. James, but I don't take your trust in us serving as your chair lightly. So I do appreciate you all considering me. Thank you.
In a matter of being called out, I do echo your statement, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Spirit, share my gratitude for your strong leadership. Thank you all.
Are there any other items before the board?
Yes. Would the board consider a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, I'm certain.
And as the newly ordained vice chair, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner James, the eager Commissioner James, and second by Commissioner Diaz. Vote your screen. Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.